girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. let your heart shape the box for weeks.
Good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the SQ1 Semi-Finals. The first semi-finals of two, of course, as Sparx take on Nuclear Storm Gaming. First up, introductions. I'm, of course, Milky Cyril, and I'm joined in the casting booth by Verus. How are you doing, and are you ready for what is going to be an absolutely fantastic best of 5?
Oh, I'm definitely ready. I've been waiting for this game for a while, and to see NSG and Sparx in a best of 3, it's going to tell you a lot more about these teams. It's going to tell you a lot more of how they play, and can they do well in this series.
Yeah, and of course, Sparx, they come into this after getting a 2-0 against Black Lions in the quarterfinals. NSG coming in straight from regular season as the top team, 11-3. They look absolutely flawless all the way through.
They did for sure. They definitely look like the top team with ABV to be contested. Those are the two teams what everyone's been watching, and this is what everyone's going to be watching this series, especially because if NSG go through, you're going to learn a lot more about this team just from watching this series because you're watching them in a best of 3.
Yeah. And you mentioned Absolve, they're of course going to be taking on Split Raiders on the other side of the bracket, but as we say that, we make our way into picks and bans for game 1. Cinder and Cassiopeia getting taken away from Nuclear Storm Gaming, as the Zillion, as we often see, getting taken away from Dakar in that mid lane.
So Zillion's just not a surprise as a ban in general now, because Zillion's popping up more and more in popularity in both support and mid, and people are just bringing this champion back into the meta, which not many people enjoy. I don't either. Zillion is not fun to play against, so not surprised just getting him off the table.
And I like this Kalista ban as well, because we saw Dakara playing it in the quarterfinals against Black Lion, something he did do well on. But the person I want to talk about, and I think you want to talk about as well, is Finnick, because he's someone that we both praise as being a very good top laner for Sparx, one of the best top laners in the league. But against Black Lions, he was put on Cyan duty. Do you think we're going to see that again, or are we going to see Finnick getting unleashed?
See, that's the issue. If you want Sparx to succeed here, they need to actually put the top laner on something what isn't tank duty, especially when you're against someone like Confura. You need to be pushing your lead, because bot lane isn't going to be as easy as it has been for them in the past games. Like, Spark's strength, for me personally, has been in the bot lane. They've been very consistent, but now they're against a stronger bot lane, probably one of the better bot lanes in the league. So, like, I feel like you have to push your power elsewhere on the map here.
And one of the things that I was expecting is, of course, a Vayne God for NSG in that bot lane. The Vayne is open for him. The Elise has been locked in for Sparx. This is something that Antero, who has consistently performed for Sparx, can pop off, can maybe try to find that early lead for Finnick if they do want to go something aggressive, maybe something like that Renekton in the top lane. We've seen him on stuff like the Aatrox as well. That is open, but it is going to be the Kai'Sa and the Olaf that are locked in for Nuclear Storm Gaming.
So the Kai'Sa isn't a surprise either, because recently on the patch what just gone, Aphelios has been nerfed, and the nerf has hit him very hard. Aphelios win rate dropped from 51% to 47. So that champion is gone at the moment. Like, so that brings up champions what he used to beat in lane really hard, like Kai'Sa. So she's being brought up into meta now, so she's shifted up her power, and you will start seeing her a lot more, and you might even see Ashe a lot more now. I wouldn't be surprised if she's even picked in this draft.
Yeah, of course, Ashe, Tristana, both are getting those little buffs, and maybe we can see them coming through. Now, this is what I want to talk about, the set. And we were discussing this a little bit before we did come live, because Set can kind of go wherever he wants right now. Of course, he can go in the solo lanes, he can go in the jungle, or maybe, depending on the matchup, going into that support role.
Yeah, so it's still a big flex here, and the Jace is a bit of a spicy pick too. We'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, he can go support, mid, top, jungle. It just has so many options where you can go. You can't go jungle here, obviously, because the lease is locked in. But support wouldn't even be bad here. So it's going to be interesting to see where they shove the set. But I think it's just going to go to Finnick because it is his most played.
Thresh is going to be the final pickup, most likely for Nuclear Storm Gaming in this first round of picks, which does mean that the mid lane and top lane is left for them for Sparx. So I guess we're kind of expecting it to be the mid lane and the ADC, so Dekara and Desrim. And Desrim, he's like to play the Varus a fair bit, and as we say that, the Varus gets banned away straight away by NSG.
Again, not another surprise. Like, Varus is so good into Kai'Sa, especially during laning phase. Varus just provides such a dominant laning phase to bully her out. Just get it off the table. Why not get yourself a stronger laning phase? Get yourself a more secure bot lane. You've already got two very strong picks, so it's just guaranteeing the bot lane's going to go even better for them.
Yeah, it might indeed do that. Now, one champion that I do want to bring up, and something that I really want to see Dekara on, is something like the Corki. I feel that through regular season, whenever Sparx have kind of hit that downward spiral, and it looks like everything's going bad for them, Corki has been that champion that Dekara has almost been able to go to and just have a clean game on, and it is open, as are some of his other picks, like the Victor.
The only issue with that is where you're going to throw the Jace if we do talk about the Corki.
Jace top, set support. I want to see set support. I got to see the Sparx, their Swiss team in action, and their support, Divine. He just played the set support pretty much every game. So I don't know if it's a Sparx thing or maybe just their Swiss roster thing, but let's see, because there's definitely a lot of flex potential for them.
It could be something they've been practicing, like, we don't know. So maybe you're right. Maybe we do see the set support here. Maybe we do see the Jace top in trying to bully out the top lane, like we talked, like not putting Finnick on tank duty.
Zac gets a locked in. So this is a Zac top, and it's something that I always get really excited about seeing, you know, the green blob in the top lane. How much can he bully the side of Sparx here?
So it's a very niche pick, and obviously we're seeing it popping up more and more. It's just really reliable. As soon as you get past that little stint of early game, you just become unkillable. And you take it with a Conqueror, obviously, just get more healing on top of that. It is a really annoying pick to deal with, and it just provides that extra engage for NSG right now. And you could see it was lacking because they had Olaf and Thresh.
Now, it looks like the Janitors are going to get picked up, which doesn't mean that, well, the Set and the Jace are going somewhere in top and mid lane, but Lonely is a champion that is a player who does like a lot of these AP mages. We see him on stuff like the Rakan, we see him on stuff like the Vel'Koz and the Zyra. The Janna gets picked up, and I think this might be a great way of denying a lot of that engage potential from something like this Set.
Yeah, and it is definitely a good pickup here. It's not a champion you see all the time, but against the likes of Zac and even Thresh, you can buffer that tornado and actually just counteract any of their engage. So if you can get the timings correctly, this would be perfectly fine. And I also like the Xayah pickup here, especially when they've got two champions that want to just jump on your AD carry.
Yeah. And there's a lot of peel protection, I feel, for Desrim on this side, because of course you've got the set, anyone comes in, he can just instantly showstopper them out, especially with something like a Zac or a Thresh, can find a fair bit of damage and a great way to start a fight. And then of course Lonely as well, with the Monsoon, with the Tornadoes. How do NSG want to be playing this? How, what is their game plan here?
All NSG want to do is just provide a little bit of lane pressure for Olaf, just so Olaf can be as aggressive as he wants. He gets to be as aggressive as he wants, he's able to control the entire map. And the main part of the map he's going to want to control is the bot lane. You keep that bot lane ahead, you just let top and mid scale, which is perfectly fine because Jace wants to win early. Jace needs to bully Rise. If that doesn't happen, then the Jace pick is wasted. So that's what needs to happen from the side of Nuclear Storm, where Sparx need to show that aggression. They need to show the 2v2 potential in jungle mid because you have at least Jace. You need to push that power and use your early game as much as you can.
So is this going to be a case then of Sparx just entirely kind of looking around top and mid side, trying to get this Elif to find either an advantage on Dekara or Finnick early on?
I think so for sure because your bot lane, you don't really want to do too much fighting there. Both AD carries take an exhaust as well, which is kind of the norm now. So again, you don't want to fight there. Whereas, obviously, like I said, Nuclear Storm want to scale in top and mid, but if you pressure that, it's going to be harder for them to scale, and you're going to be able to push them down even more. And then you just target double Herald.
Yeah.
That's just such a good source of income. Get both Heralds before 14 minutes, and then just get all the gold funneled into either Jace or Set, depending on who you want to push ahead a bit more.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure the last time these two teams faced, it was both you and myself who was casting on this game. And it was a bit one-sided to NSG's favor. They had a bit of a lead, and then Sparx, they just have this ability sometimes just to be able to find that right moment, just to turn up the pressure a little bit. And no matter if they are that little bit behind, if they are struggling, or if they are in the lead, they can then just find a bigger lead or turn the tables to pick up a win.
I think that's mainly down to Spark's teamfight potential. Sometimes they can look really scrappy during laning phase, and that's where people point out their weaknesses, and they're not wrong. Sparks do have issues sometimes during laning phase. But when Sparks come together as a team, when they start getting these team fights together, is when they start pulling back gold. It's when they start pulling back fights, and you start to see this more and more as they group as five.
Yeah. Also, apparently, it's Antera's birthday as well today, so there's big stuff riding on this game. I'm sure he wants to do himself proud. Maybe he'll be able to have a bit of a pop-off game at some point. But NSG, they are an extremely established team. They recently won the UKEL, and in dominant fashion as well. I believe it was a 2-0. So NSG, they don't have anything to fear. They've shown that they are the best team. They're a consistent team. They've shown how well they can play. I feel that, it's Sparx. What kind of Sparx do we see today? Do we see the clean Sparx, or do we see the non-clean Sparx?
And that's the issue.
Yeah.
Sparks sometimes this split have looked so coin flip that it's just which Sparks is going to show up today. Is it going to be Sparks what looked like the best team at the start of the split? Or is it going to be Sparks what midway through the split looked like they were just struggling to beat anyone?
Yeah. And there's no denying that they had moments where even we as casters, you just think, what are you doing at certain points? And some of it has been odd. Maybe it's a new team, combining well. For me personally, it's great to see Finnick on something like I said, something aggressive, something that he can step up on. And I was wondering because against Black Lions, when the Sparx did face them in the quarterfinals, they had that swap in the support role. It was guarding you who took the place of Lonely, and maybe that was one of the reasons why Finnick went onto something like the Scion.
Maybe, but it's probably just them pulling out something different because Finnick just seems like a top laner what will play whatever you put him on. Although Set is his most proved and play champion, it just seems like he'll play whatever you give him. But I still think we'd like to see more carries from Finnick in this series because he's got Set one game. and his set is phenomenal. I doubt he will get set again, because I don't even think this is that much of a bad matchup, because you can actually cancel Zac as he is jumping with your E, so you can cancel that full animation and then just go aggressive onto him.
Right, so go on then. We make our way onto the Rift for the first SQ1 semifinals of the decade. I've wanted to use that term for quite a while, and it looks like I can finally do that. So, Ferris, your prediction: Sparx or NSG to take game 1?
Honestly, this is really hard to predict. I'm gonna say NSG because I believe in NSG's ability to actually get to that late game, to get to that scaling with being untouched. So I'm saying NSG mainly because I've not actually seen this Jace come out from Sparx before, so I'm a little bit skeptical about it, especially when a lot of the time they have usually played around bot lane.
Yeah. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but again, I'm going to kind of go back to that point on Dekara. At times, he has looked like a very clean player, and you can understand, you know, he is the grandmaster player on the team. He is the highest elo, the highest ranked person on the team. But then at other times, either due to playing badly or just being hard focused in lane, he's looked a little bit off. On this Jace, where do we really see him on that kind of spectrum?
That's the thing, is it's very hard to say. Like, we've not seen him on Jace, and like you said, he's sometimes looked phenomenal, sometimes he's looked shaky. And I still feel like what you mentioned earlier, if he was on something like the Corki, it would be more consistent for them to actually play here.
Well, NSG, they go with the invade and they look for the red buff of Sparx, but the Janet Tornado does a surprising amount of damage to all Spooks and Vayne God. And Lonely grabs himself some nice at 30 gold to start things off, and already Desmond and Lonely have a slight health advantage on the bottom side of the map.
And by the way, Finnick just hit Challenger. So Finnick is actually the highest rank member on Sparx.
Okay, well, there we go. So I guess it kind of ties in with this kind of narrative that we're setting about Finnick being this consistent top laner, the man that needs to step up for Sparx. Has recently hit Challenger, I guess he's performing at the top of his game, but then again, solo queue can be that different aspect compared to a team environment.
Oh, for sure, definitely. And I just wanted to point out that Olaf did obviously force the red buff early, which is so good here because you want that Olaf playing towards that bot side. You want Olaf trying to push that bot lane ahead, and this just forces more pressure onto the side of Sparx, knowing that Olaf could be bot anytime.
But
So
surely then on the counter side, you can say you've got this vertical jungling happening, you've got Olaf having the bottom side of the map, but then you've got Antero on the top side, which, to be fair, is where he wants to be. He wants to be around Finnick and Dekara.
Yeah, for sure. So it benefits both in a way. And like I said, we need to see Antero pressure this mid, and Olaf will probably just be around to counter that mid as well, because both scuttles are coming up. But Elise is actually crossing over right now.
And this could be a great battle between two top-tier junglers in Square 1. Take a look at top side of Kankura, just getting a little bit beaten down by Finnick right now. And this is kind of what we expected early on in the matchup. As Unknown feed the flash forward from all Spooks into the bay. The death sentence comes in. First blood goes to Vayne God, and it's NSG who leads the way as Antero makes his way down. There's a TP getting channeled in. Dekara's here. They find the route with the blade caller. Dekara finds the kill, and now the chaser from Homan Lily. He finds the route. Is it going to be enough? Dekara getting burnt down. The overload not going to be enough as Unknown Sweet gets taken down in Sparx. They're turning the fight back in their favor. Flash forward for the blade caller. Not going to be able to find his bug. They're looking for all group. Dekara finds the kill. Jumps forward. And that's the fourth Sparx. All of a sudden, they turn the early game in their favor. And now top side, Finnick finds, well, he finds the Bloblets. Can he take the Bloblets down? This could be the extended ace for Sparx. 4 minutes in, Finnick will decide against there, and NSG will survive with one member standing. 4 minutes in. That was crazy.
That was crazy. Indeed, it looked scary for Sparx at first because Ryze got the TP first. Ryze was already there, and it was like, oh my god, like NSG are gonna wipe him here. And then Sparx kited back so well there. They bought enough time for Jace to arrive. Jace came in at the right time, actually able to clean up.
Finnick's being forced to flash. He can't dodge the undertows, and Unknown Swede will pick up the kill. Got so close to killing Kung Fury there.
Very close indeed. That's just how this early game goes in this matchup. Like, Zach does not win his matchup till very late in the game. So, you're going to see Zach get bullied a lot. So, you probably catch Olaf around here quite a bit because it's just... Set's going to push, naturally. So, whenever you force Set W out, he's going to push.
Well, here's the replay then.
So, we see delivery. Caught Janna straight away. Instantly dead. You know that as soon as that hook landed. And then Zaya's just untouched here, putting out 3 damage onto Olaf. Olaf's also getting CC'd by Elise, and Elise just doesn't get hit after she lands everything. So they're just kiting back. Jace is the one being hit here, but Jace actually gets out after this full combo while Olaf is still being killed. And Vanguard can't actually get back in this fight. You see him, he has to posture away because there's nothing he can do here. And he's going to get taken out by the Jace. And then they clean up the Rise in the end.
Yeah, and it's just so well done. And then topside. Well, initially, Finnick wins that, but Unknown Sweden made his way topside very early on. 4 kills for you now. First, you were mentioning something about Dekara needing to get early kills, I think?
Yeah, for sure, and he's got 2 kills, and he's
Flash forward, Cocoon misses, the Tornado will come through, Desmond picks up the kill, and they go for Allspooks, the dive under turret, Allspooks gets taken down as a shot blast picks up the kill for Dekara, now 3-0 and 3 on the Jace.
And this is what I mentioned. You know NSG's strongest point of the map is this bot lane, and they're being focused down, and Sparx are elevating their bot lane. Sparx bot lane is good, like we mentioned, and they are being pushed with the lead. They're pushing all their pressure down to this bot lane. What is Zach Olaf gonna do with a fed Zaya?
Yeah, nothing, I guess. As soon as that Feather Storm comes out, you just can't get onto her. And then Lonely with the Monsoon can just buy so much time, so much space. Fury and Unknown Swede just trying to get a little something, pick up that from the side of Sparx, but 6 kills to 2, 7 minutes in. Sparx, they also got the Drake, we missed that happening, so they're just in complete control right now, also sporting a 2k gold lead.
Is this the Sparx from the start of the split what we are seeing is the question. Can they keep up this consistency? Can they keep up this pressure? It's still early in the games, but it is 6-2 currently.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be completely strange if Lonely, who has caught out a who, because Desrim is on the way, Lonely taking a lot of damage, Blade Caller coming in, and it's got to be the kill for Desrim. Lonely with the fate of the game, and that is a nice... Oh, Desrim might be getting caught out here, the exhaust comes through onto Kung Fury, but Desrim's not done yet, he finds the Blade Caller and will find the return trade.
Zach has no passive, so Desrim has no reason to be scared right now. And you can see he's not scared at all. He's got items, he's got BS Sword and Berserker Greaves already.
Another Trace comes through as in the mid side, Dekara finds another. Kung Fury will find the kill and he will heal up, picking up his bloblets as well. So something is going the way of NSG, but it is a 4-0 Jace on the mid side of the map. And this might be the collapse, but it's a collapse coming in from the side of the Sparx. The shot plus will be a finer being gone. Are getting burnt down and Unknown Sweet will back off, no kills coming through. Drifto might start it up here.
I talked about not being scared, but there's also being respectful.
Yeah.
And I feel like you still need to respect the Zach a bit. Like, come on, man. You can't be up in his face like this. You see him, he catches him with the Q from Zach, pulls him in. At this point, you should have ran back.
Yeah.
As soon as you were forced to use your ultimate there, you're pulling yourself into too much false sense of security, thinking that, oh yeah, Zach's rooted, he's dead. But Zach never ulted.
Yeah.
So...
And the flash as well. And now Kung Fury finds himself with a Sunfire Cape after picking up like 600 shutdown of gold. Sorry, 300 shutdown of gold. And, well, now all of a sudden this Zach might be coming in issues that little bit earlier and just might be that little edge that Sparx couldn't give to the way of NSG. Here we go, Ragnarok, Desmond gets pulled in and it's another kill going over the way of NSG. Lonely just can't do anything, he's going to get melted down and it's a double kill going over to Unknown Swede.
And this is where the consistency comes in, like I mentioned. You need to be more consistent. They're pushing up without vision, expecting to be safe. There's no reason that Olaf shouldn't show hit. Like, Zach just killed your AD carry and forced out her ultimate. Like, do they need to be scared? No, they can just go straight onto Zaya, so...
Precisely so. And when that Ragnarok is popped, there is no way that you can see him now, preventing him from running at you. And he will run at you at max speed. So I guess now Antero and Deikara just might be what Sparx need right now. 4-0-3. The Yomu's Ghostblade already completed for Deikara. As well, NSG, they're all hovering around mid-side. Elastic Slingshot in, looking for the damage. They'll pull him in with a Stretching Strike. And lets the bounce, there's Kung Fura. And he'll take the shutdown on top.
It seems like they're really struggling to play against Zach currently, because Zach is making things happen, and they're not warding against Zach. Like, Zach is getting off these free plays, which he shouldn't be getting this easy. And this is early game Zach. Zach is only gonna get stronger in this game.
So the man break will go the way of NSG. Still though, Sparx, they have the goal lead after what was a fantastic play on the bot side of the map, and then translated into a second play at bot side where they found another 2 kills onto Bingo and all 3. So game not done yet for Sparx, but they need to be careful. We've been seeing, you know, this already 10 minutes in, and we have seen both sides of Sparx. You know, the Sparx that we saw when we started off the SQ1 Spring Split, the Sparx that popped off, and then we're seeing the Sparx that make these mistakes all rolled into one game.
Pretty much, and I think we're gonna see that all series unless they clean up their gameplay, because they shouldn't realistically be dropping all these kills what they have been right now, because they were firmly in the lead. You had a Jace, mega fed already in the game, and you also had a Zaya who was mega fed as well, and they're both dropping deaths across the board, giving back over gold, even bounties. Just, you don't want to be seeing this if you're a Sparx fan. You don't want to see them dropping kills when they look so clean in the early.
Yeah, of course. However, that being said, they have already picked up the first turret of the game bot side, and they have just let Deikara push into that side lane and just try to exert a little bit more pressure. Of course, as we recently saw the Mountain Drake getting picked up by NSG, and you do have an Ocean Soul on the Rift, which, if you're Kung Fura, you must be licking your lips at the prospect of that.
Yeah, this definitely favors NSG a lot more. Having an Olaf and a Zac with Ocean Soul, that's very annoying to deal with.
And there's the Tornado that can deny that Elastic Slingshot, but the Monsoon was burnt as well. So another ult down for the side of Sparx, and maybe NSG can now look that little bit more aggressively.
The Monsoon looked a bit panicky there. It looked like a bit too scared that Fresh was just going to flash in and follow that up. So it's just an instant Monsoon just to sort of get away ASAP, because they're looking shaky right now. I have to be honest, they're looking shaky. It looks like NSG are starting to control things a bit more. Sure, they're still down on gold, but they're just clawing back at this game. Like I said, their scaling is really good this game, and delaying the game does them a lot of good in this game.
Yeah, of course, with the likes of a Rise, a Zac, and a Kai'Sa, extremely strong once we get to those late stages of the game when the likes of Paris and Deikara's and Jace might fall off that little bit more. 30 minutes into the game, and the goalie currently at 2k. The Cocoon misses bottom side, and then Tero. Oh, he's actually going to die! No, the repel comes through. I got a little bit too excited about that for a second, but... And Tero, he looks for the dive. Almost dies.
Very nearly loses his life there. It's good that he's still trying to play it around his Jace, because the Jace is still at a power point in this game. He has his Yomu's Ghostblade still. He is very strong right now, so it's good that they're playing around with him, because that's definitely a strong point of power.
However, top side, the Showstopper comes through looking for the damage onto a Kung Fura, but the less bounce will buy Kung Fura enough space to get him away, and of course, that path of Eve now back up for him as well. But that being said, he wouldn't want to move.
Definitely not, because he does not win that currently. That is a Blade of the Rune King set, so it's definitely a lost fight if he just try to fight him 1v1.
We'll see what Kung Fura wants to go for as his next item. A lot of AD on the side of Sparx. And when we get to the late game, the damage that Arrow will be dealing out will be fairly negligible as an Elise as well, I assume.
I think what I want to see a Bramblevest right here, because you look at who's the strongest right now, and it's still Jace. And Jace still auto-attacks a lot other than after his Shock Blast combo. So it will negate a lot of his damage and return a lot of his damage. You see a Warden's Mail picked up as well. maybe that could signal the formail. But
Yeah.
like I said, Bramble is definitely a good pickup because it would deny some of the healing from Set also.
Finnick picks up the second turret of the game for Sparx, but that cold steel is in the direction of that Bramble vessel. Maybe we will be seeing the Thornmail getting picked up by Confura. Would make a lot of sense playing into, of course, Dekara, Finnick, and Desmond on this side.
Now we just need to see what their next action is going to be, because Sparx need to elevate this game. They need to push their lead a little bit more before it just rolls away from them. They need to be looking for more pressure, and they're looking for pressure here.
The Cocoon does a land, or will go golden. Can they get to the Flask? And Sparx decide to make their exit swift, as will be able to survive, but just by the hairs on his chinny chin.
And this should actually secure them this dragon here, because getting fresh off the board just means less engaged on the board. Zach is already top lane, you already see him, this is just a free dragon.
And it's so vital as well that Sparx deny these Ocean Drakes away from the side of Nucleus Gold Game, but they can get that Ocean Salt as early as possible before NSG get to the stage where they are able to snowball out of Sparx's control. It might give Sparx those extra crucial 5 minutes that they need to finish this game.
The next objective on the map is still that Rift Herald, so you still need to see that pressured. It is past 14 minutes, so you're obviously not going to get any plates from it, but it's still a vital objective to actually opening up towers, and NSG have 0 towers right now, so NSG definitely want this Rift Herald.
And of course, with the next Ocean Drake spawning in about 4 minutes time, it could also be a perfect way just to set up some pressure for either side to look for the next Drake. But they picked up 2 turrets. Still the mid lane turret stands for NSG, so I'm sure that will be their next objective, as both top laners just playing a game of hide and seek. Who will show first? Finnick shows first, and here comes NSG for the collapse. Finnick is going to get hit up by the stretching strike, flashes out, but here comes the let's bounce, and Finnick, I don't see any way out of this for him, and he's just going to get melted down. Unknown Swede.
And this has been the story of this top lane. It's just been Zach going in the bush, jumping back on you, and then the Goon squad comes out of the bush, and whoever is top is dying. This has been the story of this game so far, and how they've been recovering kills. Zach has been a part of 5 of these 7 kills.
But that being said, Sparx were able to get the outer turret in the mid lane, so it's not all doom and gloom for them. That being said, NSG are looking to pick up the Rift Herald.
And this should definitely be used to try open up that mid lane tower. That's just going to open up so much more of this map, especially when Zach's already pressuring that top tower. He will get that very soon. So that's why I want to see it used. I want to see it used for this mid lane. I want to see them open up this mid lane so they can open up the map a bit more and be more aggressive.
Yeah. And Sparx, I'm sure, you mentioned being aggressive. Sparx, I'm sure, would love to do that as well. But let's see how NSG can use this Rift Herald themselves, and whether Sparx can deny any potential impact of Mrs. Kelly. 8 kills to 7, 18 minutes into the game. Still a 2k goal lead for Sparx, so that goal lead has remained very constant over the last 5 or so minutes.
We see the Randuins come through from Zach here. It is a lot of gold efficiency, so it's a really good item because what you get from it is really good. And I kind of overlooked thinking about even that coming through, because I just thought there's so many auto attackers that the Bramble would be high value here. But I also value this because Zach is finding these engages, he's finding these picks, and so the extra slow on the board, that's just going to help even more with any follow-up.
Will indeed. Dekara, though, I'm looking to, to find these, just a little bit of damage with the shot class whittled down at Vanguard, but since that laning phase, Vanguard, he's just been able to farm up. Probably sitting about 30 CS down on a Desert, but he's getting close to completing that Rage Blade, as Desert getting closer to completing the Infinity Edge, which will be a pretty big power spike for Desert.
So I just want to point out, this has been my issue with the Jace pick. So we've seen the power early, but what have we seen since that? Nothing else has happened other than pressuring Fresh away from that dragon. So it's starting to lose value here, in my opinion. And sure, Elise is following Jace. That's what should be happening always. But nothing's came of this. like they're still sitting at 8 kills, and that has not changed for many minutes in this game now.
Has not. But, you know, one thing that we both cast plenty of Sparx games is the fact that Sparx, they can identify, you know, this time when they get to a point and they know, okay, 23 minutes in, or when X, Y, and Z items are completed, we fight and we win. And we've seen it so many times. Is there a particular point you feel that Sparx could say that in this game?
Honestly, right now, because
Okay.
3 items just got completed on Sparx, the Infinity Edge, and 2 Black Cleavers just got finished right now. And they will be able to shred the lineup of NSG right now with how much power they've just came through on his items. Kai'Sa still doesn't have a second item, whereas Xayah does. Xayah should be forcing this with her team, and they're in a point of power right now.
Okay, so the moment is nigh for Sparx. We have a Drake spawning in about a minute's time. And the Rift Herald gets spawned in the mid lane by Unknown Speed just to get a little bit of extra pressure for neutral spawn. We'll get the charge off, but the turret will stay alive for now. So he's set up. Elastic Slingshot comes in, but it is denied. The TP coming through, but look at the damage as the Killer Instinct coming in instantly. Finnick trying to find some damage, but not going to be able to find anything as the Let's Bouncer comes in. 1 kill goes over to the way of a Desrim. But that is all that he can find, as it will be 3 kills for 2. Flash forward, and that is another kill going over to Homer Lily. And now Dekara under turret. He's got nowhere to go, and he will get blown apart. Another kill for NSG makes it 4.
So it didn't even matter the items coming through from Sparx, because NSG finally engaged when Sparx are split up, so they can't even react in time, and NSG just right place, right time, catch Sparx, and catch the dragon.
This will be NSG's first Ocean Break going their way. They've almost evened up the goal. They're sitting about 1k goal behind, but as you mentioned, Sparx just not set up properly for the fight. They know the Ocean Drake is spawning. They know that NSG are going to drop down that Rift Herald, try to get some extra pressure, but they're just not ready for it. And as you mentioned, get completely caught. As
You
we'll
see the
see here
replay.
in this replay.
Jace is completely alone, trying to chunk out Zac. Zac is completely healthy, just blocking any damage. There's 3 people there. There's no one else to actually back them up.
And look
And
at
obviously,
Desrim.
Tyson is able to arrive instantly. Unknown Sweet is buying enough time on the back line, and Xayah couldn't even get back in that fight. And then these two are just caught out in bot lane, and it's just only a matter of time before Jace dies at this tower, because Zac can tank this forever.
Yeah, and the moment that Desrim does arrive on the Xayah, they get a kill. But until then, it's a 4v5, and Sparx, they can't do anything. And, you know, maybe if Desrim was there in a better position, all of a sudden it could work. But great job by NSG realizing that Desrim is not around. They can take this fight, and they do so, and they do it fantastically as well. Baron is up on the card, 2 Drakes for both sides, and the gold is pretty much even now as well. Rage Blade completed for Vanguard as the Mana Mune has been completed, or has been evolved into the Muramana now.
And also the Seraph is fully completed on the rise. So 2 very important upgrades came through. But we also have the Last Whisper come through onto Desrim. So he's looking to just shred a bit more, especially towards his Zac. But we do need some anti-healing here. I can't help but stress that. Obviously, Elise might build a Morello later. The Forbidden Book. We have some anti-healing just picked up by Finnick just now. You must have heard me as soon as I said it.
Yeah.
But we still need more on the side of SPX, because is Finnick going to be applying that to everyone? I don't think so.
No, I highly doubt he will be able to find those orders to everyone to get the Reavers going. But I do like how NSG are playing all grouped up as for on the top side of the map, and Kung Fury just splitting on that bottom side as a TP available. And Sparx, you know, how do they find a fight? How do they find something favorable to them that they can get the lead off?
They need to be looking for the flanks. So they need to clear this vision, and then Elise and Jace come from a flank together, because whoever they find one-on-one, well, 1v2, essentially, they will kill. Whoever they find 2v2, they will kill, as long as it's not Zac. So they have the damage still. They definitely still have the damage, but they need to find the picks before it's too late.
Well, they're looking for the pick, they're looking for Unknown Speed. Will burn the Ragnarok, but he will take a little bit more damage. The Realm Warp coming in. Can they find the damage? No, they cannot in the bottom side of the map. Though the top laners going hammer and tongs on each other. Conspiro though gets pulled in. Out comes the Haymaker, and Finnick now on top. Got the Conqueror proc, but Conqueror will just be able to walk it off.
And Kumfiro definitely needs to run away, like you've seen, because Finnick is at a point he just wins this matchup still. He has anti-healing as well, so it just makes it even harder for Zac to battle back here with the Conqueror and the healing built in his kit. So, wise pickup, and Finnick just knows his power and says, you can't beat me, I'm going to pressure you as much as I can.
But I do want to see these team fights because I haven't seen yet, you know, Conqueror trying to get into the backline and Finnick just being there and just ulting him into the rest of NSG. And I feel that is one of, you know, the big win conditions for Sparx in these teams.
Yeah, and that's such big value as well, especially with how much HP Zac has built currently. If he lands on Vanguard, Vanguard is going to be on a sliver of HP left, and it's just going to be basically a one-team fight. So, the showstopper needs to come out, and if it connects on Zac, that could be the moment SPX start turning their team fights around a bit more.
Now, the Lord Dominic's regards has been completed for Desmond. We haven't seen any of those Zeal items coming through yet. That might be the next thing that Desmond opts for. Maybe something like a rapid fire cannon or a flank starter for some extra supply.
And we also see AP Kaiser being built here. The Nash's Tooth is nearly finished. So there's a lot of magic damage on the side of NSG right now. In terms of AD, you only really have Olaf. So if you just build...
Oh, but here we go. Elastic Slingshot comes in. They look for the damage and they instantly find the kill onto Deikara. Bladecaller will come through and makes it a 1-4-1. But look at the damage as the Rune Prison comes in. Good Monsoon. Is the healing going to be enough? Flash away from Lonely. But Sparx are getting deleted in the meantime. Finnick is next. The Let's Bounce comes in and that makes it 4-4-1. Once again in favor of Nuclear Storm Gaming.
And it's just NSG piloting these team fights better. They're always playing the right place, right time. Vanguard dashing towards the back, so he's not even touched by this. Set what had actually a really good flank in this fight, but it didn't matter because by the time Set got the showstopper off, his team had been wiped out.
Yeah, and it already looks like a hopeless case for Sparx. We've seen NSG just winning fight after fight now. They use the Realm Warp just to get a little bit closer to the Ocean Drake, which will be their third Drake of the game. I mean that they are one off getting sold as well in this. I don't want to be too pessimistic, but is this just a case of a better draft wins?
Definitely, because like I keep iterating to, Sparx with the Jace. I'll talk about that in a second. We got a replay.
Yeah.
We see the engage. Jace gets caught, and that's such an important person to die. It looks sketchy here because Olaf got blown up completely, but then we see Janna get caught with a Rune Prism, and that's just her guaranteed dead. So she gets caught out. Well, actually, she just gets out on her life, but the step flank, like I mentioned, too late, and it doesn't matter because Desrim is also dead. So two powerful carries died almost instantly in that fight, especially the Jace being the first one being picked off.
And I feel like this is something that we've been saying a lot. Too late. First fight, Desrim, not there. He's not dealing any damage. It's a 5v4 for NSG. This time, it's Finnick who's not there. And again, it's another 5v4 for NSG. Are we going to be able to see Sparx actually have a 5v5? Because as you mentioned, the longer this game goes, the better it is for NSG. And Sparx will need to find something soon. And they need to be able to win it as well.
And honestly, it just seems like a story of NSG just have better macro. It just looked like Sparx knew what to do in the first 10 minutes. And then after that, they're behind on the ball, and it showed. Because NSG was always ahead. They always was like moving together around the map like they're showing right now, clearing out any vision, and just denying Sparx anything.
And the Sparx are now, you know, we were talking about, you mentioned how they hadn't got any kills in such a short space of time. Well, I think in the last 12 minutes they've got 1 kill. And NSG have got a good almost 10 in that time. And now NSG, they have the golden advantage 3k up. And they have the Baron as well to push through to the Baron barrel. They're not done yet. Fast forward, coming through the bottom lane. Hammer shot is going to be enough to knock back as we switch over to the top side. And Nothing coming through. No one's died just yet on the bottom side of the map, but Deikara is running. Can he find the shock blast? Overloads coming in, but Deikara taking so much damage from the minions. And can he heal up? He doesn't have any life steal at the moment. Deikara will be able to run to the brush and channel out.
So Jace had to make that play onto Ryze using Flash. Next time he's not going to have Flash, and Ryze is winning this matchup and he is stacking armor now. So it's just going to get even harder for him to actually battle this Ryze anymore in the side lane. And NSG can just 1-3-1 because Zac can join mid lane in a second.
And that's going to be an Iceborne Gauntlet and a Zhonya's getting completed for Homelin very soon as well. You mentioned getting caught out. There is the catch. Deikara gets taken out once again. Great cuts by NSG. 4-man turret.
Definitely, and they're going to look to pressure the bot lane with it now. And just Fresh is always looking to pressure. They have less vision on the side of Sparx, so NSG can go for these plays. They're just looking to pressure at tower. One pick costs them the game.
They have to be so careful. They are not going to be up for another 20 seconds. Maybe NSG will want to go in. They go with the elastic shift. He's a 1-2 late caller. Can come in, will lock the Zac on the turret. Any damage. Out comes the showstopper looking for something on the speed, gets pulled in with a face breaker, but he's just going to be able to run it out. And look at the state of the bottom inhibitor turret. As unknown speed, it gets run down, but he's just able to run so darn fast as the bottom side inhibitor turret has been destroyed in the base, now cracked open 31 minutes into the game.
And NSG basically just got what they wanted. They opened up that inhibitor. Sure, you'd want an inhibitor, but just even opening it up is so much value there, and they lost nobody for it.
Also, I just want to mention Varus as well. I feel like we've done a bit of a caster curse. We're going to have to reverse caster curse next game because we've been hyping up Finnick, and he's currently 0-4-0. He's had no kill participation. I don't feel he's played badly. It's just there hasn't been anything he can do.
Yeah, and I kind of agreed to that because, like I said, most of the plays came from the Zac, and it still is coming from the Zac in this game, so I don't think we're going to see Zac again. Like, Zac's going to get banned after this game, 100%. And it's just looked a case like whenever Finnick's done something good, Zac has done something better. And they just seem more coordinated with how they're playing the Zac pick, like throwing someone up to top lane every time Zac goes in, throwing someone to mid lane every time Zac goes in. They're always following the Zac pick around, and they're getting picks from it, they're getting kills from it. So it's just way more coordinated, whereas Sparx lineup, having the set there, doesn't fit them too well.
As much potential class. Oh, the death sentence finds Mark onto Finnick, gets locked down by the root, getting burned down. Elastic Slingshot comes in. The Repel will buy some time for Antero, but is it going to be enough? The Redemption will just get a little bit forward, hitting still very close. The Boxer comes through. Nightcrawler will lock down 3, but it's not enough. And NSG are just running rampant. Finnick into the backline, but he just can't find any damage. Death sentence will go wide. Finnick trying to do something. That's another kill going over to Homer Lily under turret, and that is Finnick getting taken down. And once again, 3 kills going the way of NSG for just 1.
That's what I mean about the coordination. The coordination, the macro from NSG just looks better. They committed to teleport instantly into the mid lane, pushed the Zac, and just said, we're fighting this, we're going, we go. And they knew they won that fight as soon as they channeled that teleport.
Yeah, and you know, Sparx, they were kind of hovering around it. Can we stay? Should we stay or should we go now? And they didn't kind of do either, and they just kind of got caught in the middle. NSG, they now have the Ocean Soul, and we said how disgusting it would be on Conspira. He's got it now, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I feel that this game is already over.
You're definitely right. Like, I don't see a way back in for Sparx now, because they got the Miracle Blade Cooler there. Like, that was probably the best you could have got from Xayah there. She had put out a lot of damage, she got a really good ultimate off, connected onto multiple members, but it did nothing. It's too late in the game for it to actually do too much damage to people, because look how tanky Ryze is. Look how tanky Olaf is. Look how tanky Zac is. And she cannot kill these targets.
Yeah, and I kind of want to look forward to the next series almost. Sure, this game isn't done yet, but I feel we're only about 5 minutes away from it being so. because Sparx, they still showed great initiative in the early stages of the game. But then all of a sudden, a little bit of disrespect from Finnick, Kongfura has a kill. Then disrespect from Desrim twice, Kongfura has another couple of kills. And all of a sudden, Zach is relevant as on the bottom side of the map, they're looking for the pick onto Homer Lily. So much damage! And he finds the 1v2 outplay. And that will spell disaster for Sparx. The Elastic Slingshot coming through in the mid lane in the fight. The second inhibitor turret will be falling the way of NSG as Homer Lily just split pushes on the bottom side of the map. And you know, when we've got to the stage that you can't 2v1 Homer Lily, you're in a very, very tricky situation.
They just tried making the best thing possible happen for Sparx by trying to go for that pick on Rise. But again, too little too late. Rise is so tanky. With how much armor he has, he can't get bursted by this Jace anymore. So the damage is just not good enough, basically.
NSG just keep pushing on more. They take down the Nexus, the turrets, and there comes the damage. Find the killer on Desrim as well. The Nexus will get taken down, and NSG will take game 1 in the SQ1 semifinal.
And to be honest, it wasn't too surprising because I had my issues with the draft of Sparx as soon as I seen it.
Yeah.
Because in terms of engage, you don't really have any. You have good counter engage, sure, that's fine. But in terms of engage, you have none. So you're literally counting on Sparx engaging, then you counter engaging. But every time, not Sparx, sorry, every time NSG engaged,
Yeah.
Sparx lost. So
And
you need,
and I feel it's not only that as well, but when you look to Sparx, who is their front line as well?
yeah, it's literally only Set, which isn't enough front line to actually combat a Rise hitting him, Kaiser hitting him as well. And Olaf just probably ignoring him and just going straight for the back line as it is.
Is this going to be the signal then for Sparx saying, Finnick, all right, we try to put you on the carry, is back to Cyan duty?
I don't think it's only just that. I feel like they need a different mid lane pick here.
For
The
sure.
pressure early from Elise was good. Like, if they had still the Elise and a different mid lane pick, it would look a little bit different. But I still think NSG would have came out on top because their draft was superior, and they actually just got to their winning point in the game because they was winning early, surprisingly, before they even got to their late game spike.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, that kind of all revolved around Kongfura, who had an absolutely incredible game on that Zac, most likely going to be banned. Also, you know, we mentioned that Finnick didn't have any kill participation. He managed to get that one kill at the end, so not a complete 0 KDA game. But you mentioned that you want to see Sparx draft differently. NSG, is there anything you'd like them to tweak before we go into game 2?
Well, the thing is for NSG and their drafts, they have so many options open because you have Vanguard who will play pretty much any AD carry despite his name.
Yep.
And you've got Kungfury who will play tanks to carries as well. So there's even still the Wukong on the table. If they take away Zac, that just takes away another ban. And then they unleash the Wukong. They can spice it up in so many different ways and they have so many different picks in draft. So Sparks have to be really careful how they draft this next game.
But on that note, though, we're going to be heading into a short break. We'll be right back, though, with game 2 of the afternoon between Sparx and Nuclear Storm Gaming. Stay tuned.
stay good to you and don't come back firing. If I play nice to you and don't fight back, I remember the nights, don't regret any time. So if I remain good, it don't mean that I should. 'Cause I remember. If I stay good to you and don't come back firing, if I'm a fool for you and don't attack, I remember the nights, don't regret any time. So if I remain good, it don't mean that I should. 'Cause I never really regret nothing, but I never really forget nothing. Every little word you said means something. I'll never really forget. 'Cause I
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for game 2 of the afternoon between Sparx and Nuclear Storm Gaming in the SQ1 semi-finals. First, it was a little bit one-sided in game 1, especially after about the kind of 8-minute mark. How do you see game 2 going?
Oh, that's
I don't
a
like that
hard
look. I don't like
question.
that look.
That's a hard question because after game 1, NSG looked really dominant. Past 10 minutes in the game, NSG wiped the floor with Sparx. Like, it wasn't even close. So, honestly, NSG are going to be high up on momentum from that first game. Do I see Sparx coming back from it? I think it's going to be very hard. You're going to have to make a lot of adjustments in draft because... So, like I mentioned, the first 10 minutes, Sparx did that right. First 10 minutes was great. And then all of a sudden, Zach got 3 kills in 2 minutes, and people just kept going towards that Zach, who just solo killed Isaiah, and you're just like, yeah, let's throw people towards Zach, it's fine. And then Zach got more kills, and then Zach got more kills, and it just added up towards NSG getting back into the game. So, Sparx needs to make a lot of adjustments, and Zach definitely needs to be completely off the board, if not, pick it.
I'm going to make kind of a weird prediction here, right? So, obviously we're in a best of 5, but I don't see this as a best of 5. I see this as 5 best of 1s. Or maybe 3 best of 1s if NSG, you know, get a 3-0. I kind of want to see the best of Sparx, so as a result I'm leaning towards this. But I don't think a performance in one game will necessarily impact how the next game will go. And I think it could just keep on seesawing, you know, like Sparx good and then Sparx bad and then Sparx great and then Sparx, what are you doing? And we could just be having that all series long. And I hope we do have something kind of similar to that so that we can see this best of 5 go all the way to 5 game and be a closely contested battle. And as I say that, we are in picks and ban, and would you have guessed it? The Zach has been banned.
Not a surprise at all. Similar bans, Syndra, Cassio gone, and Zach gone as well. But like you just iterated to, we've seen both sides of Sparx in game 1 already.
Yeah.
Which is the most consistent side of Sparx we're going to see is going to be the question of this game, and how much it's going to change. Because
I just realized something as well. Your head's a little bit tall. Hang on. I just need to get my. There we go. It's a little bit more even now. You know, we need to be on the same kind of level. I don't like
you
being.
need me to like shrink
Yeah,
down.
that's it. Yeah, we could just both lean back like that. Perfect. I'm sorry to cut you off there, Rose.
It's all good. And I think a lot of people are not going to be happy with the Elise first picked again. I don't think
Yeah.
it's too much of an issue, just because the first 10 minutes they were proactive with it, they made stuff happen, right? So if they can change the draft a bit more to fit this Elise, it will be better. Having a more clear engage from their team, having a different support pick than the Janna, because it seemed like the Janna was only there to counter the Zac, which didn't matter in the end.
Yeah, and NSG are just saying, okay, you want to take the Elise, let's play it against them. Oh, they changed it to an MF. But then again, I can get behind the MF. A little bit more early game aggression from NSG. And let's see what Sparx want to pick up here. Maybe we could see a Kaiser Braum or Lucian Braum even.
Don't get too high on this Lucian yet, because we have seen Dekara play Lucian mid a lot for Sparx.
Okay.
So, again with the aggressive picks, if they throw this Lucian mid, which I think is a high chance, because, like I said, we've seen Dekara play it a lot, and they played the 2v2 mid most of the game, basically. So, still high potential there, but obviously it's a flex, and we get the set again.
Yeah, we do indeed. And of course, you know, it just reeks of flexing, you know, where are we taking what are we going to put where? But I like the fact that Sparx have kind of stayed true to this identity of, you know, we're not backing down. We are going to take the fight to you. We don't want to lose the semi-finals being on the back foot. If we're going to lose, we're going to lose being proactive.
And I talked about it, and it's here.
Yeah.
Wukong is getting unleashed. He did get a little nerf, but I mean, he's still insanely strong. Just a little, but he's still insanely strong, and I don't even think it's a bad matchup. You go Blade of Rune King into Black Cleaver, and you just shred anything. You don't die, and I don't like this draft from Sparx already, because it just seems like whatever Sparx has picked, NSG has picked something better.
Okay.
And every trade has just been like NSG, NSG, NSG. Other than the Lucian and MF, it just literally says NSG are winning this draft so far.
Okay. We still do have 2 picks from either side to complete things here, so maybe it could turn your favor towards the Sparx draft a little bit more. But twice now, new NSG are on the red side, so maybe we will see them on the blue side next game. But I doubt it. They've been playing well, and let's see how this Wukong can perform. It's something that you hyped up even towards the end of game 1. Let's just see how much he can pop up here in game.
But the last time NSG played Wukong, Kung Fury had an amazing performance on this Wukong and actually showed up big. And that was a game where NSG were hard losing.
Yeah.
They were hard losing this game, and the Wukong solo brought the game back, got kills for his team, and just bought time for his team to get back into the game. And that's exactly what happened with this pick. So, I mean, even if Sparx do the same again, win the first 10 minutes, it could even go like that again.
I mean, you bring up the interesting fact, so I kind of have to bring up my own. So, did you know the last time Sparx played Elise, they lost to NSG?
Yeah, I think I was
You
there.
wouldn't have guessed, yeah.
I might have been there.
Maybe. Who knows? The Rakan getting picked up to pair alongside Pain God in the bottom lane, and it's going to be time for Sparx to reveal their cards, as one might say. Is it Lucian bot? Is it Set bot? Or are we just going to get 2 brand new champs going into that bottom?
We will find out in just a second. We also have the Rakan come through for NSG. So again, another good engage / pick support. And there's
I'm excited.
So
It's
now everything's just been flipped around, because Maud can go top or mid, Seth can go top or mid.
It's a Set support.
They're playing with me right now. They hovered the Tristana.
Yeah.
I like the Tristana better, honestly, than the Felios, because Trist is really, really strong right now. So I'm very surprised they didn't go for it, 'cause it's just more safety away from the Olaf. But they default to the Aphelios because they have played it a lot in the past.
Mm.
So it's Aphelios going to be bot lane with the set.
And
So
I feel that having the Aphelios as more of a known factor when they're drafting so much unknown maybe is a good thing rather than going for the Tristan, as well as NSG say, well, Dikar, I'm going to show you guys how to actually play Corki, and let's see what BB Muffin can pull off here.
So it was the losing mid. Definitely expected it because, like I said, they played it a lot. They're used to playing around this aggressive mid lane. They're used to. They even put him on Callista, man. Like,
There you go. There's a reason it's banned as the second ban in both games.
yeah, like he is so good at exploiting mid laners with these aggressive picks, and it showed in the early game. Just can they clean up not getting picked off? Is going to be the story of this game. And Maud into Wukong is a dreadful matchup for Wukong.
Yeah.
Wukong will scale really well later, but it's just going to be something Wukong doesn't really want to fight against. He just wants to farm and get out of laning phase to these team fights. But if Maud can deny that, that's just giving more power to this Sparx lineup.
And you know, there's something else that the Mud wants to do. It's spins. I decided that I'd spin on my chair, but then I realized I just tangle up my headphones and like end up strangling myself with the cord. So yeah, you know, Kung Fu, of course, you know, he wants to be spinning in these team fights, and Finnex, he's just gonna go, lots of times, and you know, Kung Fu is not in the fight.
You should have just bought one of them, inflatable hammers, and then you could have just said,
Oh.
"Yeah, this is Maud." You missed opportunity there, but
I could get my brother just to turn off the lights and be like Death Realm. I know it's like Nocturne, but same thing really.
close. So small issue with Sparx right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Draft has no engage again.
Mhm.
Like none.
Yeah.
You're literally walking at NSG's lineup, whereas NSG have the Wukong, they have the Rakan, they even have Corki package. I don't like that Sparx are not drafting any engage whatsoever on their team comp. And it's just champions want to run at them all the time. But how are you going to back up that running at people? How are you going to follow up as easy when you have to play flanks to actually get a good engage?
Yeah, and it's something that I feel Sparx didn't do. They did it well, but they did it like 15 seconds too late in each fight. You know, we saw Finnick on the set coming in for the flank, but the fight's already over. If you had done that 10 seconds earlier, maybe you win the fight. So maybe they can pull it off in game 2. But I feel that the big difference here that might give Sparx that little bit more of a chance in game 2 is the fact that NSG are lacking that one thing that they had in game 1, which was that mega tank that was the Zac. To start off the fights, get in everyone's faces that Sparx just could not deal with. They don't have that. They've got the Wukong instead, and I feel that a Wukong is more containable than a Zac. Sure, Kung Fury is great on the Wukong, but it's just Zac as a champion is disgusting.
Yeah, and that's definitely a valid point to bring up because it's less frontline for NSG. Wukong is a bruiser. Despite him gaining armor from his passive now, he will become tanky, but he's not going to be as tanky as the Mortal the set here. So, like you said, less frontline. And Aphelios does really well into shredding tanks still, despite Nurse.
Yep.
So Olaf will be paper to Aphelios. And you're probably going to see like the Conqueror Aphelios come through because that's been the most common. Or maybe just the PTA. But it's a very good point to bring up. There's less frontline, there's no Zac. So there is more options for Sparx, and they can actually melt this lineup a lot easier than the last because there's less tanks. So it's just gonna how Sparx can do it this time round.
And you know, when you look at the comp as well, it's very similar for Sparx, but instead of having a Janna, they've now got a Mordekaiser. So, you know, they have that kind of little bit that they were missing as more of a frontline. Sure, it's not the best of front lines, but it's a decent front line nonetheless. And I feel that Lonely on something like a set can do better than the Janna at kind of peeling for either Dekara or Desrim, whoever he needs to peel.
For sure, I feel like I mentioned just before they started drafting, I didn't like the Janna pick. I get she was to counter the Zac, but it wasn't enough because they had so much follow engage as soon as the Zac engaged. So the alteration with the set going support, trying to bait the top pick, which they did. I like this a lot better. And I actually like set into Rakan support because you can cancel Rakan's W with set Face Breaker. Again, it's just another ability you can cancel, and then you can re-engage if they ever engage. But it's just, are you going to have the numbers? Can you be in the right place, right time this time for Sparx? Can they be there on time and not late?
Yeah, and you mentioned Phoenix going to have some fun into Confura on the top side of the map. Lonely, whenever Allspook steps up for those Relic Shield procs, Lonely just face breakers, and they get off a good trade. You know, I've been trying out a little bit of set support lately, as I only discovered it recently. And honestly, face breaker into Haymaker, and all of a sudden, you know, the enemy's down to 50% HP. It's like, wow, this is amazing. So Sparx, they seem to have, you know, these kind of favorable lanes, but the question is, will a win lane translate into win game?
That is definitely going to be the question on our minds because Elise was proactive again. We talk about this a lot. She's proactive game one. Can she keep up that same proactivity in the first 10 minutes and keep up? Is the question. And I do feel like Antero did have a good performance, but like it's we're gonna sound like a broken record because it's just the story of what Sparx were in game one. There's
It's the
just
story of
right
what
place,
Sparx
wrong,
have been all season, though.
right place, wrong time. So can they be on time?
Yeah. Or maybe wrong place, wrong time turns out to be right place, right time. You know, two wrongs, do they make a right? Find out.
Yeah, we're about to find out. We also have Exhaust come out on Rakan this time round.
Yeah.
Whereas Aphelios is still the one with Exhaust in this lane. So it's Ignite versus an Exhaust in this bot lane. No heal on the Aphelios. And we also have heal on the Lucian and teleport on the Corki. So it's not Exhaust or Ignite on Lucian, which you'll see a lot more than the heal. So a bit more defensive on this mid lane.
Yeah, and we saw that in game one as well. Dekara on the Jace, you know, he didn't have that TP, but yet he was still able to rotate to that bottom side skirmish before Homer Lily. So that's something else that can be considered. Maybe this time with that Lucian, he won't be able to rotate as quickly. I guess we will have to find out. No invades coming through. Actually, wait, as I say that, invade coming through, but Sparx. This is really clever from Sparx. They know that NSG want to go for the invade, and here we go. It's a 4v3. Can they find the damage? The Haymaker, sorry, the Face Breaker comes in, and the flash is away. Unknown Sweep getting burnt down, but so is Lonely. The Ignite is it ticking down. Vanguard looking for the damage. Lonely is just a couple of autos away from dying, but somehow NSG are turning this. The red buff goes over to Desrim. He'll be more than happy to have a red buff going into lane, and it's NSG who come out behind. A lot of summoner spells burnt though.
A lot of summoner spells burnt, definitely. MF was completely untouched in that fight, and that's why NSG were able to power their way back in, because MF was just untouched. She was like, yeah, I'm just going to walk back in. Let's keep going, because Lonely was so low in this matchup. And we see Mord is getting abused here.
Kung Fury's just dodged everything, and it's just beating Finnick to a pulp right now, and will win the trade as Finnick is now going to be in a very precarious situation.
Definitely, and if Wukong gets one kill to snowball him in this matchup, which he should be losing, it's just going to make it even easier for him, because Mord's cooldowns are very long early. That's why they're so easy to exploit, and just Wukong dodging everything so Mord can't even get his passive up to even get Conqueror. It's just such a good play by him.
Yeah, it is indeed. Well, let's see if Finnick can just start to win this lane a little bit. Once he has that level 3, just needs to be able to get that Darkness Rise passive going. And then just burner through Fura and a Conqueror while
And Desrim has actually recovered quite well because of the red buff, able to regen him quite well in lane. And he's looking pretty healthy now. Obviously, Set has insane regen built into him. So he basically has a Garen passive. So they've regen really nicely and able to sit down in the bot lane all fine.
The collapse now, it's a 3v3 flash forward as the Phase Breaker finds all 3. Brand Entrance will apply some time, but Vanguard has been locked down. Haymaker will not connect. The Repel, surely they pick up the kill, and the kill goes the way of Lonely. A second kill going the way of Sparx, and now they look towards Allspook. And that is going to be the Graviton getting locked down, and the auto will follow all spooks after the flash. 3 kills going the
There was
way
a
of
TP.
Sparx.
Wukong chooses not to go any further.
Potentially wise.
Definitely wise, but Corki actually didn't get fully over on that blast cone. I feel like they was looking for more there, but they get nothing out of this TP. Sparks come away with the lead. They come away with the aggression again. Early game, they're getting it right. Can they keep this early game secure?
Yeah.
They
But
are
I feel
on.
like crucially compared to last time, they haven't given away that first blood, and it's 3-0. It was completely clean, no faults.
Yeah, true. And they're onto something more basic, what they're used to. They're used to playing as Aphelios a lot more, as it's probably one of their most played champions.
Oh, Desrim's looking aggressive. The root comes through, and now here is a Lonely as on the top side is a 2v1. And the Death Grasp will buy some time. Finnick will be able to escape. He even has to use a flash.
We will be jumping into the replay right now from the bot lane play. We see Lonely looking for that flash face breaker, and he catches multiple members, getting a stun here. Elise is also on the flank, catches a lot of damage onto Misfortune instantly, but at least getting the repel there is the difference between First Blood. At least would have died for First Blood there. They avoid it, and they're able to just run this Rakan down, using the Graviton to stun him there, and then getting the double kill onto Aphelios.
That's funny. Clipped up buying some time, and Conqueror just doesn't. If he had just played that board slightly differently, it could have been a completely different story. Either for the betterment of Sparx or for the betterment of NSG. I kind of feel that Wukong stepping up there, it could have just gone either way. Really. Nonetheless, almost 6 minutes into the game, 3 kills for Sparx and a very healthy 1.5k kill.
I just thought of something, Milky.
Ooh,
We
what?
talked about Sparks last game. Right
Yeah.
place, wrong time.
Right.
Is that going to happen to NSG? Because Wukong was in the right place, wrong time. Is
No,
the
you're
tables
onto
flipping?
something. The tables might be flipping, and this might be the flip-floppity seesawing game of doom that I had expected coming into the semi-finals. And, you know, as we said before, I guess time will tell on that side. That being said, neither of the top laners have got a kill just yet. We'll see whether Finnick or Conqueror get a kill. If Finnick gets one, then it would be pretty much a deja vu of game 1. But let's wait. First pick once again going to the side of Sparx. Homer Lily taking a lot of damage. The culling burning through. The flash from Homer Lily will keep him alive. But that was so close to a 4th kill going the way of Sparx.
Just a smither of HP left on that Corki. Lucian showing his dominance in that lane, willing to trade there, knowing that he has the heal, so he will still win that trade. Getting off so much damage. Getting the flash out from Home Lily is pretty big here. And also, I wanted to talk about Maud going for the more safe route here. He went for the Doran's Ring, he's picked up double cloth. He wants to avoid dying at all costs because he knows if he dies, that matchup is going to swing.
And good to see Finnick respecting Conqueror probably a little bit more than he did in game 1. That being said though, there is actually a nice advantage for Homer Lily on this Corki in the mid lane over Dakara, 10 CS advantage.
And something what people might not be noticing is 2 things actually. Bot lane swapped to top, and Corki is building Mana Moon. And that's something what people didn't realize till recently, that Corkis can build Mana Moon quite easily into Trinity Force. And that's why he has that Mana Crystal there, and that's why he's pickaxe.
Could it just not be a weird... Okay, yeah. Yeah. I was thinking
I've
like...
caught you
is
off
this
guard as well.
Yeah. I've never seen this before. What is this magic? But yeah, I was just... Yeah, never mind. Unless that's a very weird way of going into IE and Trifle simultaneously.
I hope
yeah.
not, otherwise I'm going to look completely stupid. And
No,
it
you
is a
just turn
build
it into
I
flame.
can
You flame him for a bad build, and then you make him look silly, and you look like the god of an analyst that you are.
only time will tell.
Only time will tell. This is going to be our favorite phrase all series long. Just only time will tell. What's going to happen in this game? Who knows? Just time will tell.
It's always just been a ticking time bomb for anything in this game.
True.
And
Well,
also, sorry to interrupt you, but Wukong is not going towards Bladeroon King, at least not yet. And honestly, I feel like that's a little bit of an oversight. I feel like Bladeroon King into this matchup helps him a lot more. Sure, there is squishy targets on the side of Sparx, but Bladeroon King to Cleaver is just so much consistent damage. And you're more auto-attack based than you ever were on Wukong before. And you just get more value out of it, in my opinion.
Might be getting the fight, the charger forward. There comes the bullet time, but it's actually will just about clip Lonely, who burns the haymaker as Shelly gets off a lovely headbutt, and that is first turret going the way of Sparx, and no casualties more importantly, although Desmond did need to burn the exhaust there.
Lonely got a key phase breaker there, what stopped Confura getting the full engage because it cancelled Confura's dash, and it just denied that engage fully going through because MF was already channeling the bullet time and hoping that the Cyclone was going to hit instantly.
Yeah, and well, this is kind of weird compared to game one because it was right place, right time, but it just didn't work.
Yeah, for sure. Just a very good play from Lonely. Like I said, the face breaker is right time.
Oh, how the series evolves. Now, Finnick now finds himself with quite a nice goal lead, or I should say CS lead over Confura, courtesy of Confura making that TP play down bot side. And he's just been spending a lot of time trying to find these flanks, trying to find these picks, and it just hasn't been working out for him. Oh, the two misses the haymate, the face breaker will not. And Confura in a very tricky situation, looking for the damage, and the showstopper comes in. Lonely takes one more, and that will be the kill going the way of Confura, as in the mid lane, Dekara managed to find the solo kill onto Homer Lily, but it's going to be even more turret plays going over to Desrim, and unlike in game one, this time it's Desrim who has all of the gold.
And I think if you're Confura actually, you'll take that happily because you're dead there regardless. Like whatever happens, you're gonna die there. There's 3 people diving you. Getting a trade kill is pretty big. At least some trade gold coming back over. We're gonna see a replay of the mid lane play. We see the Corki just being caught out by the Lucian again. Lucian's just going aggressive all the time onto him, and just buying time for his cooldowns.
Oh.
He just saving it with a triumph as well. Very, very clutch play there.
And Tero does want to get the Inferno going. He will not find the steal, and he will sacrifice his life for nothing at all. NSG find the second kill of the game.
Was that worth committing to? I don't
In hindsight,
think so,
no.
because you're just handing over gold.
Yep.
And do you
Take
need
my
to
money.
go? Do you need to go for that right now? Is the question, and the answer is no, because you're in a leading position. What's the point of giving over some gold just for an Infernal Drake? Is it even going to go towards Assault?
Oh, Desrim is getting collapsed on here, and he does not know it. The quickness into the grand entrance. Out comes the bullet time. Desrim is not getting out of this one. Will try to lock down Unknown Sweet. Tries to sidestep, will not be able to do so. But the turret shots are coming through. Kachuna land. This might actually go the way of Sparx. It's a 2v4, but Finnick is huge. He finds the kill onto Orphan. Now it's a 2v2, and look who is coming to join the fight, but Homer Lily is closely in tow. The haymaker comes through, Confura gets taken down, and the Sparx will rip through NSG. It's the triple kill for Finnick, and give one over to Dekara as well, as that is the ace 4-2 in favor of Sparx.
You know, I got scared there. I'm not going to lie to you, because I thought, where have we seen this before?
Oh, I don't know.
Desrim getting caught. Where have we seen this? Underestimating the enemy champion. Oh my god, here we go again. And then it just completely gets flipped on its head. Mordecai is taking no damage in that entire fight. Just sitting there burning away at the enemy team. This pick is coming up big already, and he doesn't even have an item yet. Just wait till this man gets an item. He's going to be even bigger threat to deal with.
Well, I was thinking the same as you, Varus, as well. I was thinking, oh, no, Sparx are doing it again. And then I realized, wait, it's the same thing as the start of game one where they turn it around. And I'm like, yes! And all of a sudden now Sparx, they find themselves with a lead. They're 5k gold up 13 minutes in. This game does not smell the same as game one.
Definitely not. And Sparx are looking like they've definitely talked about what went wrong. and they've not took it to heart. They've not tilted. They've said, right, guys, game 2, come on. We know what we need to do. Get the Zac away. The Zac is away, and we're in position here where we can control this entire game. We have the lead. We have a Blader Rooking Lucian. We have a Fed Maud. Elise is being proactive again, so we just need to not get picked. And the saving the Desrim there is a good way to do it.
And I feel that this is how, Sparx like to play. Like, compared to game 1, there were all the team fights. That's not what they want. They want this skirmish style where more and more members just trickle into the fights, and they always seem to be able to judge that timing right in these cases. I mean, it's weird saying that considering we were almost flaming them for their bad timing in game 1, but with these skirmishes, we've seen it in game 1, and now we're seeing it in game 2. They're pulling it off really well.
Definitely so. But NSG are not out of this game yet. That's the important thing. NSG have a really good scaling comp again, and they've shown their willingness to play scaling. And if they get to that stage in the game again, it's only going to be a matter of time until they come back into this and actually take over. So it's still on a scale going each way, and there's still anything can happen yet in this game. It's not completely in Sparx's favor, but Sparx currently have the lead.
They do have the lead, and they did lead as well. 5k to Houston, and they're looking to snowball that even further by picking up the second rift arrow of the game. As they do that, NSG might be looking to take their first turret of the game in the mid lane, but Sparx are quick and wise to it, and they will collect this wave with ease as we do enter a quick pause.
We are hit with a pause, so it's just more time to think about this game of what's going to happen next. You got MF in base, she has an Essence Reaver, she also has 2 Dorans to boot as well, so she's got items. She's strong. And the next thing what will be fought over is probably going to be another dragon, which is going to be the Mountain Soul in this game, which both teams are going to highly want this game because it's such a good soul. And it's just going to make whichever team gets it even more beefy and harder to deal with. And we talked about both sides. Sparx have a little bit more of a tanky team comp, whereas NSG don't. So it's going to be all to play for.
The item situation you bring up in bot lane is rather interesting to me because, we saw Desrim getting a lot of early kills. He got first blood as well, if I'm not mistaken. And he's picked up loads of turret plates. So I'm surprised that he's at the exact same stage as Vingod. And I'm kind of curious as to how much gold he has in the bank right now. And, just where this 5k gold lead is split across, because you'd expect Finnick to have a fair chunk of it.
Yeah, for sure, because like you just said, there's so much gold being picked up by Desrim, it's kind of surprising that they're at the same spikes. MF has stayed up on farm the entire time, and has also been part of 3 kills this game. Also in mid lane as well, Corki has managed to stay up on farm constantly. So there's been 2 laners what have constantly been up on CS. The only one who hasn't is just the top lane.
Yep. And I kind of want to go back to something that you brought up about scaling, because sure, I understand NSG, they've got good scaling. They've got a Wukong, they've got a Corki as well. But I looked at Sparx and I don't think, they're no slouches in the late game. They've got the Mordekaiser, they've got an Aphelios, and Set will still do work.
Yeah, for sure. They still do definitely have scaling options, but I just feel like NSG do scale better, and it does feel a little bit easier for their comp to pull off into the late game when it comes to scaling, because it's the Wukong is straightforward, jump in, spin around, and you've got the MF who's just going to sit back with a bullet time to try combo with that. If they hit that combination, that could be lights out, because who's going to reach the MF to stop her?
And maybe it will just all be on Lonely to find some way in, to find that showstopper to deny the bullet time. But it kind of comes down to the fact that whoever gets a fight on their terms is going to be so much better for them than if it's a fight not on their terms.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to be a story of who engages first, I guess, because game 1 it was just NSG finally engages, winning out first.
But you say that, and it brings me to something that you mentioned back in the draft. Sparx, they don't have an engage, or they don't have a reliable engage, let's say. So who does start that engage? Who does start the engage so that they can find a fight on their terms?
I feel like you definitely need to find these flanks, and we're actually unpaused back into the game finally. So it's just going to be flanks and playing vision control here.
And you know what they say, what the casters talk about in the pause remains in the pause. So we've got to talk about all of those points again now, just in case anything.
So if you missed the points what was going over, it's just going to be literally that we talked about. Both teams have really good scaling. Both teams could actually come back to this game really easy. More scales, failure scale. Also, they've got the combo on NSG of Misfortune and Wukong.
Allspook's looks to go in, grand entrance. Oh, the Rude Kara! Allspook's just got absolutely blown up there. What was that?
Just got eviscerated, sorry, he just disappeared off the face of the earth. See the damage coming through from the side of Sparx. They ain't here to mess around.
Literally, Allspook's was like, hello, and Sparx were like, goodbye. It was as quick as that. As fast as you could say goodbye, Allspook's gone. And I don't know what burnt him so quickly, what actually did that much damage. But that's going to be the second Drake, the third Drake of the game, I should say, going the way of Sparx, their second elemental Drake of the game.
And that should definitely keep Sparx in control. They're just shown that if you engage, we will kill you right now because we are stronger. And I just can't believe how fast he just disappeared.
If you engage like that, you'll lose out. As it almost felt like Allspeaks was like, right, I'm gonna go in, grand entrance, quickness, maybe I'll flash on someone. It's like, right, guys, get ready. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, never mind. I feel bad for Allspeaks. I know the feels. It's always horrible to see a guy like that. But well, NSG now they need to think of a way. If the Rakan, if the Rakan engage doesn't work, do they have to rely on Conqueror to find the engage with the Cyclone?
I think that's definitely what should be your initial engage, really, because it is hard for Rakan to engage like that unless he gets a flank, which I've talked about flanking, and I feel like it benefits both teams better to flank engage than it does just walking straight at them, because if Wukong just starts standing still all of a sudden, you're like, oh my god, Wukong's looking for an engage. And then that just signals to either run or pop a sweeper to sort of like see where he is, or it just signals to get ready for a counter engage. So like I said, both teams benefit of clearing vision, finding these flanks, and you see both teams are contesting this vision really hard this game.
And I want to go back to something you brought up before, which was the mana mune that has been picked up by Homer Lily. So, to any aspiring mid laners out there, or any aspiring core players, why would you build a mana mune over a Triforce?
It's just the cost efficiency, I guess, because pickaxe really easy to pick up, 875, not much gold, and you get about 50 AD once it's fully upgraded. And that's a lot of AD to mess around with, and then you get just extra damage come through with the mana you have. You're also going to have Trinity Force that's more mana building up to it, so that's more damage. And like I said, just cost efficiency. It's just a really efficient item considering you already want to scale with this champion.
And this game feels like NSG, they just haven't had anything that they can throw back to Sparx. We haven't seen a package get dropped. We saw that one ult from Conqueror on the top side of the map that got really well disengaged by the Space Breaker, and Allspeaks hasn't been able to do too much either. So I'm still waiting. I'm still excited to see when NSG decide that okay, we can fight. We have to put up a stand.
And you see the gold lead right now, it's quite massively towards the side of Sparx now. Sparx are seeming to be more aggressive this game and pushing more into the jungle of NSG, saying, we're not scared to fight you this game, we know our limits. They're showing a lot more confidence just in general, and showing more comfort on their champions, I'd say.
We also talked about Finnick becoming a bit of a scary boy on that Mordekaiser. Well, he's got the Leandries completed now, and he will be going potentially towards that Zhonya's as his next item. He's got the Arm Guard and the Fiendish Codex, although he's just picked up a Stinger, so might be going for that Nash's.
I think definitely he will be picking up that Nash's Tooth. Reason behind this, like I mentioned earlier, Ward's cooldowns are quite long early. Obviously, it's a bit later into the game now, but once you get them cooldowns, Mordekaiser's Q becomes like a 3-4 second cooldown, and that's ridiculous to even think about. And obviously, you already have some extra magic damage on hit, adding the Nashor's Tooth to do even more on top of that just benefits that even more. So it just becomes a really nice item for Mordekaiser, able to get your passive so fast, and just makes you even harder to deal with.
Sparx trying to get complete vision control. I think the next objective they're going to look for is it going to be the Mountain Drake that spawns in about a minute's time. Baron is up, but I think Sparx will probably wait a little bit before opting for that, despite them having what looks to be quite quick Baron. What's it over? Baron K2 today?
Yeah, I guess I'll say that. And we see them rotate around to the bot lane. They're taking so much damage from the bullet time, but where's your engage to actually do anything there? You can't capitalize on anything there because no one's there to actually do it. So they just walk away with their lives, just disengage from the tower, say, okay, you've wasted a cooldown, goodbye.
And they've got some nice honey fruits as well just to heal up for this Mountain Drake. And right now, Kungfu is on the top side of the map. He does have his teleport available. Sparx want to start the Drake. If they do, they're far enough ahead that they can just win the fight. If any fight does break out.
Corki's recalling as well, it just signals that they're not going for a fight. They're just going to open up this mid tower, which is something for NSG. It's not a bad pickup, and they're just grabbing more farm on their carries on these side lanes. So just trying to take it slow.
However, we've seen Sparx in this position before, being one Drake away from Soul Drake, and then NSG picking up all of the following Drake. So maybe NSG will have that in the back of their minds and still have a way through as the Death Realm are coming through, and there's a Darkness Rise of flashes to deny, but it will not be enough, and Home and Lily picks up the shutdown.
And that's a Mana Moon Trinity Force Corki. That is a guy you do not want to mess with right now, and he just shown why.
Yep.
Even Finnick had to flash, but it was not enough there.
Almost one more Obliterate might have been enough, and I think it was the package in from Home and Lily as Dekara. Relentless pursuit, but not going to be enough to dodge out on the undertow. He fancies his chances though against Unknown Swede, but Allspooks is nearby, and Dekara is going to be getting dove, and something that we've been saying quite often, where have we seen this before, Varus? Well, game one now. Dekara needs the rest of Sparx to be making their way up, and well, actually NSG just decided against the dive entirely.
We're about to jump into a replay. Some aggression onto Lonely there. Lonely just getting chunked out a little bit. Okay. So we see the Corki coming into bot lane. He has the Mana Moon and his Trinity Force. Oh, that probably explains a bit more. Finnick was very low on HP when this engage happened. So actually not a bad effort from Finnick considering his HP there, overstaying, and that was the story of Sparx game 1, overstaying, getting picked off. Can NSG capitalize a bit more on Sparx being on these side lanes too long? We're about to find out with this game carrying on.
And especially with something like a Corki that can punish and overstay so quickly and so easily as well. Another flash is down from Finnick. Home and Lily still has his available. So let's see what Finnick can pull off as Baron is being started. Is this just a dance around Baron, or are Sparx serious about it? No, he's already down to half HP. So just heal up a little bit with a honey fruit. Sparx back off for now. And they're just happy with Finnick just to push in the side lane against Scorpio.
I was going to say, surely that has to be a dance because they're carrying on that Baron. There's so much poke, there's even the bullet time available. It's just very dangerous to actually carry on that objective, especially with the key cooldowns being up. If the bullet time wasn't up, it's more scary for NSG because it's more like, they can actually take this from us. Whereas when that cooldown's up, it's very hard to contest. And we see the test happen here.
Offside, Dekara looking for the damage. The culling is enough. Yes, it is. Dekara picks up the kill, and now the bullet time does not exist. Allspooks, though, he is on their chase. Who does he have following? He's got Unknown Swede. They're not going to be able to get there in time, and actually Sparx might be able to kill out onto Unknown Swede. Onto Allspooks, pardon me. And now the Baron has been started up. The TP coming in from Finnick as well. Sparx, they find their pick onto Vanguard, and now they look for the Baron. And, well, that's the Baron taking potential we were talking about. He's going so fast, but Sparx, they are all bunched up in the Baron pit. Kung Fury goes in, but Kung Fury's going to get kind of melted. The quickness comes in, but it's all too little, too late. Who got Baron? It did go to the side of Sparx, Homer Lily, and all will be able to survive, but it is a clear win here.
And it's like I mentioned, bullet time being down just means that Baron is easier to take for Sparx. MF off the board means no bullet time. They get the Baron, they get the kills. This is looking more like the Sparx what we've seen in the early side of the split.
It is indeed, and it's good to see Sparx in form, at least on game 2, and maybe we can go all the way to a game 5, and that would sure be very hype, to say the least. The Nash's Tooth has been picked up by Finnick. Now Dekara has got his Essence Reaver, now building towards that Infinity Edge, and the Sparx, they find themselves with a 7k goal lead, 26 minutes in, and we have that Mountain Soul spawning in just a few moments time.
I want to talk about a little interaction what happened in the Baron pit in case no one noticed. Mordekaiser tried ulting the Olaf to actually cancel him so he couldn't steal the Baron, but when Olaf ults it actually cancels that too, so you can't actually ult Olaf. He is probably one of the worst targets you can ever ult as Mordekaiser. Obviously the attempt came through just to try stop him even for a second, but obviously it didn't happen.
And now the dance comes through around the Drake pit. Moonlight Vigil will be able to find his marker. Look at the culling is burning through Kung Fury. Relentless Pursuit flashes, finds the kill, and the Grand Entrance will not be able to find his mark. Unknown Sweep, can he do anything? No, doesn't want to run into Dekara here, and that is going to be the Mountain Soul going the way of Sparx. An 8k goal lead, and now they're looking for the bottom side of the map, looking for the collapse onto Homer Lily, who will use a Valkyrie to get out to safety, but Antero might have been thinking about going around the back, but that is most certainly going to be the end turret siders. Now they're looking for something onto Dekara. They find the quickness. Dekara getting burnt down, but can Sparx turn it back into their favor? They go forward, they find the pick onto Unknown Sweep. Now they look for Vanguard, and there is absolutely nothing the Miss Fortune can do. Double kill for Antero, and Sparx say, fine, kill Dekara, we'll just take a 2 for ourselves, and now they push forward with Baron in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and who's to stop them now? Like,
Death
nobody
as well coming through. Death Grass home and Lily down. He's just given up there. He just nothing he can do.
God, I said, you've been taken by Mordekaiser. It's lights out, and it looks like it might even be lights out for NSG if this carries on like this. They're hitting the Nexus towers.
Yeah, and Finnick, he's getting burnt down, but look at the damage onto Kung Fury. Desmond finds one. Now they can look for all troops as well. They don't even need it. The Nexus is open, and Sparx say, whatever you can do, we can do better. And they tie up the series 1 game apiece.
Much better showing from Sparx this game, and they have some of the signature champions coming through. The Aphelios is definitely a signature champion of Desrim, and obviously the Lucian coming through, another signature champion for that side. So they definitely altered their draft, and they definitely looked a lot stronger. They looked more clean. They knew what their intentions were this game, and like I said, a few people might have been upset with the Elise at the start, but Elise came up big again, game 2.
Yeah, maybe it proves the Elisa doubters wrong. However, my question to you, Varys, is game 1, NSG, okay, albeit the first 5 minutes where Sparx looked great, NSG looked completely on top. Game 2, Sparx looked completely on top. Who is your favorite now heading into the remaining potential 3 games?
I think if you throw Kung Fury on
I
tank
mean, throw in
duty,
some Fury as well, but sure.
throw in some Fury, throw him on duty. I feel like you're gonna have a more better scenario there. Even with that same comp, if you just throw on there, it just fits better. Obviously, you just go even with a Mordekaiser. You're not really gonna be winning on the side lane against him. You just want to keep him there. I feel like if you drafted a bit more similar like that and just threw a meat shield in front, you have more backup for NSG. You have more counter engage and engage in general. Like we've seen them try and engage earlier with Spooks, and he got obliterated.
That
So
was sad to witness.
I feel like if they alter their draft and just put a tank top lane, they have a better chance of standing against this version of Spark.
Yeah, they do indeed. So let's see if Kung Fury will go on to a tank like he did in game 1. Whatever Sparx did, though, they did it well, and they pick up the win against NSG. 1 game apiece after 2 games. And we're going to be heading into a short break before we return back with Game 3. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for Game 3. And Varys, if anyone out there didn't see Games 1 and 2, they couldn't have been on completely opposite sides of the coin. We've seen NSG look really strong, we've seen Sparx look really strong, and this series could go either way heading into the final 3 games of the afternoon.
Definitely, if you used to explain this to anyone, you'd say either coin flip or seesaw because it just went either way.
Yeah.
And we've seen both teams show consistency, and then we've seen both teams show inconsistency, and it came through in both games.
Yeah, it did. But in Game 2, though, I feel like Sparx, they kind of cleaned themselves up a bit. But then again, I remember back to at the start of Game 2, I said, you know, this isn't going to be a best of 5 series. This is 5 best of 1. So I'm kind of interested to see the iteration of Sparx that we're going to see now for Game 3.
And I think another thing is, like, anyone who doubted the Elise, it came up big in both games. That's the important part to mention. Like, sure, Game 1 they didn't win, but the Elise was still a vital part of Sparx even getting ahead in that game. So Elise has been vital in both games for this side.
Yeah, indeed it has. And here we go into picks and bans for Game 3. Once again, the Syndra is taken away from BB Muffin. That's something that we've been seeing all series long, and we've been seeing the Kalista, the Zillion, and the Yumi getting banned away from Sparx as well.
Wouldn't be surprised if it's just a similar thing. Zach's going to be third banned by Sparx, and then just go along the similar lines. Don't fix what ain't broken, because your bans are working against this mid laner. Like, it's good bans to take away from him, and it obviously shows that you don't really want to play them yourselves, so you might as well just get rid of them. And yeah.
I'm wondering now, are NSG going to bait out the Zillion? Because it hasn't been banned yet. And I'm just wondering why they're going in this completely separate order of bans from what they've done before.
Yeah, maybe they are looking for the Zillion here because it's still open. And I've mentioned about it before, it's really, really strong in both mid and support currently. And that's the Elise.
Yeah.
I talked about it, like, Elise has been so vital in both games, and they're just saying, we've had enough, we're going to get rid of it. This has to initiate some other early game pick if Sparx want to stay proactive.
Oh, I mean, the Zillion's open and Sparx are saying, if you want to give us Zillion, we'll take it. And then they say, nah, never mind. Descartes is great on the Lucian anyway. But I know our producer was praying that we wouldn't get an Elise first pick. Well, no Elise at first pick this time around. And I'm interested now, is that Lucian going on to Descartes again, or might it go to Desmond? Or Sparx saying, we don't care about the Zillion, you know, it's not as good as the Lucian is for us, you know, playing in this early game setting.
But that's the idea. That's what happens when you lock in this Lucian, is you have to flex. And that's just why it's just such a valuable first pick. He's so strong right now. He can be flexed into multiple lanes, including even top lane. And we have a Ziggs come through. Now, I don't think Vanguard is really the type of person to play Ziggs, but I could be proven wrong. Still could be bot lane, especially with the Nautilus.
I remember there was one ADC in Square 1 who played the Ziggs bot, and everyone was going crazy about it. But I can't remember exactly who it was. So maybe this Ziggs will be going mid, maybe it'll go bot. I guess time will tell. Morgana getting hovered. Are we in for a Morgana Caitlyn coming through?
God, I hope not. As a caster, God, I hope not. It is so unfun to cast, but I don't like the Morgana pick, and I'll be perfectly honest by that, because if the Ziggs is bot lane, what are you going to do, Morgana? You're going to black shield one bomb and then it's gone.
But then, double Flexorino is actually Morgana mid. Boom.
Don't like that either, to be honest, from Descartes.
I'm not a fan of Morgana in general. Like, sure, I see it strong in the laning phase, but I think it drops off a little bit later. Also, it was Saina, the Black Lions ADC, who played the Ziggs in that ADC role. So I guess Sparx, they just don't think that Vanguard is the kind of guy to play Ziggs, and maybe it's a bait. Maybe it's saying, go on, take the Ziggs in the bot lane. We dare you.
So the thing I don't like is the fact that there is answers to Nautilus other than Morgana, and one of the key ones is also a tank pulled Galio, who recently got buffed. I don't work for Riot, I'm not talking about buffs all the time, but Galio is insanely good into Nautilus. So it's on the table, that was an option, and it wasn't even thought about.
See, I loved exactly what you were saying until Galio. I wanted to hear the Leona. You know, my favorite champion. It's good. I wouldn't say like it's a massive counter, but it's good into Nautilus, and it's great.
Yeah, but
As
the
a
thing
champion.
with the Galio, where he provides the extra utility, obviously he's got the extra taunt, the magic shield on his ult now. You get
Yep.
the magic shield for 5 seconds. 5 seconds in game is a long time, and there's also Nort does a lot of magic damage, Ziggs does a lot of magic damage. That was already 2 magic damage carries, what you see on their team. That would negate a lot of the damage.
Yep. And now the Karthus as well would have been able to negate that on top. Karthus most likely going to be going into the jungle. What do we think about the Talia? Definitely in the jungle, Fantera?
Yeah, I feel like Talia's definitely in the jungle here. It seems like the type of champion he would play, and it's just continues on the line of aggression. They have to be forced to ban the Pantheon, which they did, because Talia Pantheon is such a volatile combo. Pantheon can go mid, Pantheon can go top. Just makes it even harder to deal with, so I definitely think that's a jungle pick. And we see Scion Duty has been taken away, it's been banned off the table.
Now, the set is available once again. So is the Aatrox. You know, these are both the 2 champions that Finnick has carried Sparx forward on. Oh, great. Well, I guess it is going to be Lucian going mid. Ezreal locked in straight away. Unless maybe it's Ezreal mid and Lucian bot. But I don't think the latter is as inspiring, let's say.
I was gonna say there's still potential of it going top, but never mind. We have Ornn being hovered, we have Maokai being hovered, we're getting tank duty from this top laner.
It's a tank of some form. Which tank, we don't know just yet. Maokai, it has been confirmed.
We're getting the Maokai. And I do like the Maokai better because if you pick Ornn, Maokai's the answer sort of thing, and you have a more sure shot engage with your ultimate because you basically don't miss it.
Yep.
Whereas obviously Ornn can be missed quite easily because if you cancel the second part of it, you're not going to get the knock-up, are you? So you're going to miss a lot of the utility. So that's why I value that better. And we see the Aatrox being the answer from Kung Fury.
Yeah, and compared to at least game 2, you know, there's a little bit more tankiness on the side of NSG, having that Nautilus and the Aatrox as well. But now it's Sparx who have this front line, who have the Maokai, who I guess are a little bit more inclined. You know, they have a bit more scaling potential, even if it is against the likes of a Karthus and Barret.
But so something similar to last game, NSG don't have that much of a front line.
Yeah.
And when did NSG struggle is when they didn't have a front line. And they got that again. Sure, they have more options. They've got double global, more or less, with Karthus and Ziggs, because Ziggs won't have to go too far for his ultimate. But quite a heavy siege comp from NSG is basically what I see right now, because you don't have too much sure shot engage.
Yeah, precisely so. And we've seen how Sparx like to play. They like to find these skirmishes, make it drag on a really long time, and they have the comp to do that. They can rotate really quickly with the Talia ultimate. They've got the TP from Maokai, and again, Lonely's going to be so crucial for being able to find those picks.
And we're going to see picks in this game, and both supports opt in towards heal, both AD carries opt towards TP. There is triple TP from NSG.
What is this meta we're in right now?
We're going to see TPs flying everywhere. Remember when they said they was trying to buff TP for top lane? Good meme.
And now all you've done is a buff TP for the other lanes as well. Apart from Dekara, who doesn't seem to want it despite being able to find some kills. But I guess just like he did into the Cork, he wants to be able to have a bit more lane presence in those fights.
And you've seen that heal came up big last game in the 1v1s. So it'll probably help a lot again in this 1v1 potential. Gonna need to be a lot of magic resistance come out from Sparx, but Maokai has no issue with that. Maokai loves his Spirit Visage, so it's just gonna make him even more tanky. And it's just gonna be how this early game is gonna be played again. It's just early game, early game, early game. And can Antero do the same business he's been doing the first 2 games? Can he pull off the early kills he's been getting? Is going to be the main question for this game.
Yeah, and let's see how big Entero can be. We've seen him twice on the Elise being able to do bits. This time the Elise is banned. He doesn't opt for the Olaf, Rexa, you know, an early game champion like that. He goes for the Talia. So, you know, more on that AP side once again. We've seen him on the Gragas previously during the split. So I guess this is, you know, the third of those AP kind of champs that he can play potentially.
Yeah, for sure. And it was just another really good early game option. I thought Rek'Sai might have been on the table. That would have been a good option too. And then obviously as soon as I seen the Talia picked, I knew instantly straight away it was jungle. Sort of thing what just rang with Antero basically.
So taking a look at the drafts, then, you know, which kind of side are you siding on? You going with Sparx or you on the side of the Storm?
I like Sparx draft better, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
And can be quite controversial that because you have such a good siege comp from NSG. Like they do have a good comp, nothing taken away from the comp. The draft is really good. I just like the more reassurance from Sparx having better engage.
Yeah.
You have pick and engage with Sparx. That's what I like better, and that's why I sort of lean towards that comp a bit more.
I also want to see, you know, this kind of juggle matchup a bit because you've got Unknown Sweet who's going to be trying to power farm, try to get to that level 6. I want to see how Antero looks, you know. Is he going to be looking for more of those ganks, try to get Dekara ahead like he did in game 1, maybe look bottom side as well? Or are we going to be seeing more of an impact coming through from Dekara and Desrim to assist Antero in some of those invades to try to collapse onto Unknown Sweet?
That's going to be the important part because I feel like NSG are going to have lane pressure in nearly every lane. Maybe over the mid. Mid is going to be a hard one to get lane pressure from both sides because both are going to want to push, both are going to fight. Whereas bot lane, Nautilus Varus are going to have pressure guaranteed. Aatrox will have pressure into Maokai guaranteed. So you're going to have more pressure for this Kalphas to be safer than it should be. So it's just going to be a case of Dekara and Antero running around together like they did in game 1.
Yeah. But then again, Sparx, they have a lot of potential carries. You know, Desrim on the Ezreal, Dekara on the Lucian, Antero on the Talia, and Finnick is just going to be on the same duty that he was against Black Lions. Not the Sign this time, he is on that Maokai, and he's going to be frontlining and buying so much time for the other members of his team.
And that's going to be the aim of the game for him, so can he buy that time is the question. All we're talking about is time, Milky. It's all we're talking about.
So what was our phrase? You know, find out if it buys enough for time a little bit later in the game. Find out after the break. Well, Antero finds a little bit of poke onto Unknown Sweet, who manages to find a bit in return with the lay waste.
And also a small thing to note on is we've got poke virus as well. So even more
Cool.
siege comp coming out from the side of NSG. So just poke coming out from NSG till Kalphas can ult and kill you basically.
Yeah, precisely so. And I'm interested as well because this is something that Desrim usually plays, you know, this poke Varus, and he plays it very well. However, when Desrim plays it, he tends to actually go for, I can't remember if he goes, I think he goes lethal tempo on it. So he doesn't go full poke, he just goes like poke in build rather than in runes.
Yeah, I think he went slightly different. He would go lethal tempo, he'll build lethality, but in terms of boots, he would still go berserkers, so he could still auto attack. So he liked having the extra attack speed on both berserkers and lethal tempo. So he iterated a different version, which seemed to work very consistently for him. But we see Vanguard going for the standard comet build.
A lovely little sidestep against that fight as well from Lonely. And honestly, I'm just very excited to see how these lanes, especially the mid and the bottom lanes, develop, because I think top is just going to be Finnick sitting back, just looking to farm up and get strong, but it's in this mid and bot lane that could absolutely explode with action.
Definitely so, but the side of Sparx don't really want to fight too hard in this bot lane, and talk about lane pressure, and Sparx are getting this pressure. Look at the damage out onto Vanguard.
They land the Dark Binding and they find a good piece of damage, but now Vanguard can look to burn it just a little bit with the Blighted Quiver. And it will be a fairly even trade at the end of things.
And top lane, pretty much going as suspected. Maokai just, he wants to chill, you know, he doesn't really care. He's going to be relaxing, farming away, while Kung Fury gets to pushing with the Aatrox.
I mean, he is a tree after all. He's just going to be standing around, just beating things with his leaves. And, you know, Kung Fury's going to have to hit him a lot of times with that Darkened Blade.
Where's the Lumberjack site, man? Where is it?
Oh, yeah,
Missed
that's the
opportunity.
only thing that can destroy a Maokai. There you go. Oh, the Bramble Smash coming in. Kung Fury actually going to take a turret shot, and Finnick wins the trade. Although, it is pretty even.
And this is a thing you can't overlook Maokai on. It's like, his route is a long duration. And once that's maxed, that's even worse. So pushing him in can be a double-edged sword. If you play too aggressive and he catches you out, that could be an easy way for him to just turn you on your head and just turn that fight, because as soon as he gets Bammy, that's going to be extra damage when he roots you as well.
The aggression coming through in the mid lane side, Chef not going to be able to find his mark, but doesn't matter because Homer Lily takes still a lot of damage.
Also didn't notice that Lucian started Cull in this matchup, so he is happy farming away, but also pressuring down as well.
Finnick looking aggressive onto Kung Fury, but Unknown Swede is here, and Finnick's going to have to be very careful. The Wall of Pain doesn't actually connect. Now the lane waste will come through. Finnick with a very nice sidestep. Unknown Swede says thank you for the Dark Harvest.
Cheeky auto for the Dark Harvest. I was like, good dodge from the Skittle, but just only one auto was needed.
Precisely so, and Finnick still playing aggressive despite Unknown Swede having just been in lane. And Finnick saying, look, I'm a big tanky boy. Bring whoever you need, I'll take you on.
It's because Finnick was just playing in the wave, and the wave does so much damage early. So he could just happily sit in that wave, and he knew he was winning any trades because Aatrox doesn't have any extra lifesteal early, other than his passive.
This here has been picked up for Desumi's TP'd back into lane. Vanguard not able to back just yet. He actually started with the Corrupting Potion.
It's something you more commonly see actually on Poke Ferris, because they go into Inspiration anyway. So it's a nice pickup because you're just basically chilling, just trying to poke away at them and sustaining yourself with Corrupting on top.
5 minutes in, no kills just yet. Completely different two games, 1 and 2. So I guess maybe this is the third iteration of Sparx we're seeing. We saw the good early kind of throw late Sparx, then we saw the Pogger Sparx, and now we're seeing the we're going to be a little bit sensible early Sparx.
Yeah, and there is some good vision down by NSG there to actually spot out this Talia. Nautilus is waiting on the wings for this. Like, this is very, very dangerous to be sat around here right now.
Yep, Lonely though won't get caught. Allspigs backs off and makes his way back to the bottom lane, and Lonely's still kind of hovering around here.
I think Nautilus being there was just sort of like the insurance, just so Karthus doesn't get invaded there. Nautilus is just standing there, just giving that extra insurance, saying, Karthus, you need to get out, or I can help you here, to sort of just give him that backup.
Indeed so. Desrim just on his own, and you can do that as an Ezreal. If your support leaves, you can just farm pretty normally because you have that arcing ship. If you ever do make the mistake of overstepping, or if the enemy bot lane do start to play that little bit.
And like you said, not a lot of action happening, just both teams just relaxing farming, and Talia picks up a very important Cloud Dragon.
Does indeed, and Allspigs just tanking up some damage as the Dekara looks very aggressive, but the Satchel Charge will take Humilili out of range, but he steps forward again, and the Bouncing Bomb will not be able to find his mark.
And also what's so important about that dragon, by the way, is taking that extra cooldown reduction on ultimate away from Karthus is so big,
Yes.
even if it's just one. Obviously we're not going to get the soul of this game, so it's really nice to take away.
Two-shot barrage comes through, finds a fair bit of damage onto a Vayne God, and just a nicer trade by the side of Sparx. Probably going to push this wave in and look to get a recall off.
And I talked about the Bammy damage, it's coming through.
Yeah, Finnick looking aggressive. Kung Fury on the run, and Finnick says, "Thank you for the trade. I'll take you on again whenever you so wish." Oh, looking
But
aggressive. He
trading.
takes a lay waste, but out comes the culling. Is it going to be enough? Flash over the wall. Needs to just find the damage. One more. Will pick it up now. Needs to sidestep. Not sidestepping. Oh, just going to sit in the corner now until someone might come to kill him, but no one is around.
So close, and Ziggs had the base, so Ziggs couldn't even react to actually come over to finish off the Lucian. And Koff has just been caught out there by the Lucian.
Oh. And I guess that is one good thing about having a Morgana in your cards.
It also was the Guardian on top, in fairness.
True.
The
But I'm
Guardian,
just gonna look at the
Guardian's actually high value here, actually. Just like such
Oh,
a
yeah.
good pickup because you're against the aggressive lane, and you're against the lane what wants to trade or poke at you, so you're getting more out of this Guardian than ever going like Comet or Airy here. So really nice pickup.
Oh, Vayne God. Dark Binding lands, and here comes the rest of the damage. Oh, Vayne God is absolutely blown up. Beautifully set up by Lonely.
And we talk about pickups. That's an important one right there. Varus off the map, losing XP, losing farm. Perfect pick at the right time, and that should be the Rift Herald too.
Now Dekara looking aggressive, stepping forward. Satchel charge once again will take home Lily out to safety, but Sparx, they're playing this game cleanly. They're finding the picks when they need to. Unknown Sweet, Wall of Pain, but a good black shield. The Dark Binding lands. Desmond, does he want to look for more? The Dredgeline doesn't find it. Mark Desmond flashes over the wall, and now Antero comes with the wall and will just zone NSG away.
It's only going to be for set time. They're looking to contest
Oh, the
it.
damage comes in. Mega Inferno Bomb will come through on top. Antero gets taken down. Who got Shelly? Lonely's going to get taken down as Dekara will pick Shelly up, but he's got no way out of this one. And it's going to be 3 kills going the way of Nuclear Storm Gaming.
And they was caught in no man's land. They got pincer attack there. They got caught on both sides, unable to get out, and Talia being the one hooked, just signed her death warrant.
It did indeed. In fairness, Sparx got the Rift Herald, so at least a silver lining for them, although not a big one.
Some silver lining. Nearly 1k gold down, 900 gold difference currently. But they do have the Rift Herald like you just mentioned, so they can actually get some turret plates back. I'd love to see them use it towards mid, because Siege in the Ziggs is so hard to do.
Now, 10 minutes in the game, only 5 kills, been much less bloodthirsty than games 1 and 2, and it's NSG who have themselves almost a 1k goal lead over the side of Sparx. Finnick, though, just happy just to push it forward at the moment as NSG have swapped their lanes around again.
They have indeed, and Morgana has been everywhere on this map so far. She rushed the Swifties as well, so she's got quite a lot of movement speed just to get around to everywhere.
And Dekara picked up Cull as his first item, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Cull completes after 100 minions.
Yep.
Well, the math doesn't add up because he's got 82 CS and he's got 22 stacks left on his Cull.
That is interesting.
Oh, I've been looking at that for the last minute, like, what's going?
Actually, jungle creeps.
Ah, okay. So we can count how many jungle creeps he's stolen.
Basically, yeah.
Cool. Right. I won't do the maths of that because I'm not good enough to do quick maths. I'll quickly ask Katka to do it for me. The maths god within SQ1 as top side. Finnick still trading with Conqueror. Dredgeline comes in. Good black shield, but Lonely's just getting blown apart here. He's gonna have a no way out. And it will get taken down another TP a little bit late. Oh, the Chains of Corruption, beautifully timed. All Spooks goes golden, but I don't think that's going to be enough to save him. And Terra picks up the kill, and it will be a 1-for-1, both supports falling.
And this is what I talked about with the black shield. This is why I don't like it here. There should be another kill.
Ooh. There you go.
This is what I talked about. Black shield is not going to be enough with how much magic damage there is on NSG. It's going to become irrelevant, and very soon already.
Conqueror, though, might be getting caught out, and the Twisted advance into the Bramble Smash. A lot of damage coming through World Ender gets popped. Does Dekara actually have the damage? One more auto would be enough. Finnick, can he find it? No, he cannot. And Kung Fury picks up the kill has NSG get the Ocean Drake as well.
Varus has 3 kills at the moment with his Umbral Glaive. Nautilus currently a part of 5 of the kills as well. And Karthus is starting to get going now. He has a kill, he has 2 assists, he's starting to get rolling in this game, and Aatrox has the 2 most important items for him. His 20% CDR with his core fields and his Kindle gem. So NSG are at a very strong point in this game right now.
Okay. Now, Sparx, they find themselves almost a 2 goal down. Is this a repeat of game 1 here, Bears?
It might be, because if I'm being honest, I didn't like the bot lane picks from the side of Sparx.
Okay.
We've seen Desrim, I was about to say Dekara, Desrim exceed when he played something more aggressive and something what could stand in front of him. And then they just relegated to playing a more caster type support like they did in game 1 with Janna, and a more passive AD carry, and we've seen how that went.
So I guess this is the moment Sparx know, okay, from now on we just go with our tank supports or anything other than Enchanter supports. The set worked out great for them in game 2. And Dekara looking for anything onto Vanguard here. Sidesteps the piercing arrow very nicely.
And remember that important Herald they all died for? It just got
yes.
0 value in that top lane just now. It didn't even get a charge.
Ouch. Well, I guess the silver lining for Sparx in that previous fight was just no silver lining at all. It was just another cloud in the horizon. NSG 6 kills to 3 and a 1k goal lead. Finnick looking okay, but there is no significant lead for any member of Sparx like there was in game 1 or game 2. It's just NSG, Vanguard 3, 1 and 2, and maybe this is the game that he can finally pop off on.
Maybe so. And he has the items to do so. Currently, he has double lethality right now. Doesn't have the second item fully completed, but he's got the Dirk for the extra lethality on top. So he's going to start hitting hard already.
To be fair though, with Vanguard going for that complete lethality build, it does mean that the scaling on NSG is not as strong as it could have been.
No, but that's where you've got the reinsurance from the Karthus and the Ziggs, because their scaling is so good into the late game. Aatrox scales well, but there's going to be a point where Maokai's just going to stand there and laugh at him and be like, haha.
I feel like Maokai can just stand at anyone and laugh at them, unless of course it's Lumberjack Sion.
Potentially. Unless the Darius as well.
But is there a Lumberjack Darius skin?
I mean, he does have a pretty big axe.
That is true, and we all know axes are super effective against trees. Maybe we need a skin with a chainsaw in it as well. But bottom side, Dekara looking aggressive. World End. Oh, Dekara picks up the kill onto Kung Fury. Maybe that is the Sparx that they needed. As the depth charge coming through in the top side, piercing arrow, but here comes Antero. I think Finnick might fall here. No, he will not. Oh, he denies it beautifully with the Tristan bomb. Antero taking a lot of damage. The 2 more minion autos. So close. Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb. Antero just about sidesteps it. That got really close. And Antero, that might have been a little bit of a brown moment for him.
It might have been indeed. I was so close, it was by like an inch. I see the Ziggs coming in, I was like, oh no, it's lights out for Antero. Such a crazy fight. Vanguard nearly going down, then Vanguard nearly trading with Talia. Insane fight, and it's going to lead to NSG picking up the Herald because there's no jungler to contest.
So who actually wins that? So, okay, here we go. First off, in the bottom lane.
So we see Aatrox trying to contest the Lucian, but he's already used all his cooldowns there, so he has nothing to actually follow up after that, and then Aatrox just gets kited. Then we see a switch towards the top lane. They try committing onto the Maokai. The Maokai is just too tanky at this point and can't get killed here, and the Karthus all got denied by Maokai W, because it makes Maokai untargetable, so he's able to dodge that, and the Talia smither of HP, and then gets some really nice juke there onto the Ziggs.
That was so close from Antero to say the least. But Dekara is looking aggressive. But what he doesn't know is there's more people coming. Oh, he finds the kill nonetheless. Dekara, can he find anything more? No, he cannot. It will just be a 1-for-1 trade. But Dekara will be more than happy with that.
Definitely. It looked like he was just going to go down without even getting Aatrox there. But he actually able to take Aatrox down with him. in a trade. Probably best case scenario considering there's 3 people converting on him.
And NSG might look for something here mid-side, or I think they're just going to have to contest with the push. They do have that Rift Herald available on Unknown Swede, who is looking bot side, maybe could look to pick up the first outer turret for NSG this game. Once again, it is Sparx who are getting these early turrets, picking up that first turret of the game on the bottom side. Oh, Finnick is looking aggressive. Crucial Barrage will miss its mark, but Finnick says, don't worry, I got this, boys. He goes in, he finds the damage, and, well, Unknown Swede's dead.
He did get Dark Harvest stack.
True, and now here come the rest of NSG. Flash away from Finnick, the rest of Sparx making their way in slowly but surely. Oh, that is a really good deny of the Chains of Corruption. Finnick will fall nonetheless. Overall, it's a 1-for-1 trade, as Entero will take a fair bit of damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb. A lot of damage onto Lonely from that piercing arrow. The Weaver's Wall buys a bit of time, and Descartes is just about able to squeeze his way through.
So in the end, only a 1-for-1. Wasn't too much traded over there, but it was a big shutdown taken off Karthus, which was always nice to pick up. So it's some gold swung in the back of SPX's pocket. Overall, not too bad, but you're gonna lose the Dragon.
You are most certainly going to lose the Drake NSG on that, and there is going to be no way for Sparx to really contest. He dropped down a blue trinket, but it is not enough Terror. He's a little bit too late to the party. 8 kills to 6 in favor of Nuclear Storm Gaming. The gold pretty much a dead even right now.
I have to say, Thalia's been a little underwhelming so far. There's not too much what just came off this pick.
Yep.
And it just seems like something better would have worked there. Because she's
I mean,
gonna
I would
be...
generally say that something better would tend to work better. The question is, what is better though?
Rek'Sai.
Okay. I can get behind that, yeah. Gragas.
Yeah, Gragas, Rek'Sai, even Sejuani. Just a lot of them would have been better here because you have consistent damage coming out from Lucian. You have the damage what will come through from Ezreal eventually. As soon as he gets a second item, he's going to be hitting a lot harder. He does have his Mana Moon completed right now, so there's going to be some damage already coming
Oh,
through.
Dekara is looking aggressive. Does he want to go all in? The answer is yes, he does. The piercing lights coming in, and there is the calling, or the culling, I should say, and Dekara picks up another kill. He is more than happy to lane into Kung Fury right now. 0 and 3, the Aatroxes, and NSG get their first turret of the game.
And it's going to be very rare when Aatrox actually wins this matchup because he's just going to get bursted unless Aatrox hits a really good W, which Lucian doesn't walk out sideways to or dashes out of. Lucian's just going to keep winning in the side lane.
And as Lily turns up bottom side, Dekara just backs up Wall of Pain coming through on the top side of the map, but it is just a 1v1. Finnick doesn't want to take the train. There is a red buff on Unknown Sweden. Finnick is just dancing around. There he goes with a twisted advance. The redemption coming through on top. Unknown Swede, there's just nothing he can do, and Antera picks up the kill.
The jukes coming through from Finnick though was pretty damn clean. I've got to compliment that he dodged nearly every Q from Karthus. Karthus didn't even get anything. He didn't get Dark Harvest. He just waited for his death basically because Talia roamed up there.
Yeah, and this is, you know, what we kind of wanted to see Finnick doing. You know, sure, even if he's on this tank, he can play as this, you know, stable top laner for his side, and even into something like an Aatrox, have a great game, not give away any excessive kills, and that's all that Sparx need right now to get into this late game for when Finnick will just be this big tank that denies so much of NSG's engage.
And they're going the right way about it because when's the last time NSG picked up anything? It was only in a trade.
Dekara didn't get the blue buff. Kung Fury will say thanks for the lead, but how aggressive does Dekara want to play? Pretty aggressive. I think he's gone over the wall, and he's burning Kung Fury down. He picks up the kill yet again, and Dekara says, no, thank you for the leash.
And the thing about denying that blue, which is so big, it's not even just denying it from the Karthus, it's denying it from the Ziggs. And it just takes away some of the...
Ooh. Who's catching out who right now? Finnick under turret. Chains of Corruption does nothing. Home and Lily surely will get taken down. Indeed he will, but Finnick just tanks so much. It's a 1-for-1 overall, but that will be all as Desrim just gets a little bit of extra poke off with those Mystic shots. Dark Binding almost clapping onto all spooks. but Dekara, he's 5-2. He's just murdering Kung Fura time after time, and he's looking so darn strong right now.
Just want to say that boy is gonna get even tankier, by the way. So that's gonna get even
Reaver's
harder.
wall, and NSG are trapped between a rock and a hard place. Can they get out of this? The turret gets taken down. They're looking for some more. Vanguard will be able to survive with a sliver of HP, but it isn't enough for Sparx to pick up the turret.
Look at that damage from Ezreal. Ezreal doesn't even have a second item yet. He has a Hex Drinker to negate Karthus a little bit. He doesn't
Yep.
even have Trinity Force yet, and he is outputting that damage just from an EQ.
Yeah,
So-
so much damage coming through from Desmond. Scary to think what will happen when he has that Triforce. As here we go, a replay of what happened.
Take out the blue buff, he thought he was out safe, and he's looking to pressure because it looked like they was coming down to the bot lane. Then Lucian just finds Aatrox at the right place, right time, and like I said, it's just
What was
so
that
easy.
heal at the end?
A little unneeded, but I guess he was scared of the third Aatrox Q just in case that was going to land. And then we see the big flank followed by the entire rest of the team. Ziggs being caught out is very important to getting this tower down, so I understand this trade, and
Oh,
such a big pick off that Ziggs actually dies here, getting caught by the last Q from Ezreal. And that's what I talk about, just Ezreal's damage is really strong right now, and he doesn't even have Trinity.
now we do have a mountain. Oh, Dekara says, hey, you're not Kung Fura, but I'll kill you anyway. And he takes yet another kill. This illusion is scary. I think I know what's going to get banned into next game. It's not going to be the Elise, it's going to be the Lucian.
That is a free items Lucian. And he
Yeah.
is just murdering everything in sight. Because who can stop him? The answer right now is nobody, because he just kills everything.
Finnick, though, getting collapsed upon by Vanguard, but out comes the ultimate. Will lock that. Oh, it clips all spooks as well. Like, cleanly done.
Big catch by the Maokai. Able to just get out with his life. Only burning the flesh. Wasn't too much to actually commit. And NSG can't find any trade right now. Like, they found one kill in the last 8-9 minutes. Something along them lines. They've not found a kill in a long time. And it just seems like SPX are playing their game, slowing it down a little bit, and just letting Lucian get a pick before they do anything.
Yep, and every time that Lucian does get a pick, then they can just win whatever they want. Now, something I want to mention, as I was talking about before, is the fact that we've got a Mountain Soul. That on Finnick is going to be disgusting. Even if they can get, 2 Mountain Souls onto Finnick, that would be really... Sorry, 2 Mountain Souls? That'd be oppressive, to say the least. 2 Mountain Drakes on Finnick, that would be very strong.
Definitely, but not even just Finnick. It's just the fact you get that Mountain Soul, that's going to negate some of the pokes, some of the damage coming out through NSG's comp. And like I said, NSG has a siege comp. They don't have sure shot engaged, like I mentioned, and it's showing because they're struggling to find any engage to actually call back at anything.
Yeah, it's difficult to utilize a siege comp when there is nothing to siege.
Yeah, exactly. And it's showing. It's showing very clearly.
I also
And-
want to praise Dekara for his CS. He's practically at 260 at 26 minutes, so 10 CS a minute can't really get any higher than that.
Is very good CS, and he is keeping himself so firmly ahead. He's level 16 right now, 2 levels on his mid lane opponent.
Yeah, still pushing on that side lane as Unknown Swede.
Just want to say the vision control and that bot side as well. Able to spot out everything in that bot
Oh,
jungle.
but here we go. The culling coming through. Reaver's wall on top. Vanguard taking a lot of damage. True Shot Barrage will burn through everyone. Mega Inferno Bomb will find Dekara, but that is it. Dekara goes over the wall, looking for some damage. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Redemption just heals everyone up. Dekara's found the kill, and Kung Fura has been taken down 2-0 as out comes the Requiem. Will it find anything? No, it will not.
And Ziggs showing himself on the backside there was just a signal to say, come here, Lucian. I want to die.
Dekara can just flash and go in. Oh, the Twisted Advancer follows Unknown Swede over the Blast Cone. And that's going to be another kill going the way of Antero. All three inhibitor turrets getting pressured here by Sparx. They now find themselves with a 6k goal lead and are looking to break the base open at the 27.5-minute mark. And they will indeed do so. And where do NSG look to defend? 3 open inhibitors, or it will be 3 open inhibitors in a few seconds. Never mind, 2 open inhibitors because one of them's just been taken.
And a thing to mention as well, Vanguard is 5-1-2. He is not weak at all, but his team cannot find these fights.
Conqueror in a tricky situation, but so is a Finnick. He's a tanky boy, but he ain't that tanky, and NSG will salvage something.
And they pick up 1 cheeky kill for an inhibitor, for 2 inhibitors and a half, basically. So it's something, but it's only going to be a matter of time before they go towards that Baron. They're just going to wait for minions to start piling in that base. And then it's just going to be pressured Baron because you have double AD carry that is going to be done so fast.
Yeah. Triforce completed for Desrim as well. And that is going to be a scary Ezreal as well right now that he's got that completed.
Not
Let's
to
see
mention
what else.
4 items Lucian.
I think
That's
we
one-
shouldn't talk about that. Let's just
It's
be
not-
surprised when it kills everything.
It's going to start to get to a point where it's going to feel illegal. It's just going to do things to the NSG comp.
I'm not going to lie to you, Varus. I think it already feels illegal.
You shouldn't have let it through then.
True.
Story of the game, like this Lucian is coming up big, and it did last game as well. It was a key factor of the last game, and it's showing.
And Vanguard right now, he's just got hope. He doesn't have all in. Weaver's Wall will come through. Automux is just stuck. He gets taken down. Another kill going the way of Sparx. And look at Finnick. He's just running with that righteous glory's going all the way in under the Nexus turret. And that's going to be the Nature's Grass coming through. Shut down onto Vanguard. Another one. And now they can look for Kung Fuhrer. Home and Lily gets taken out. Finnick's just doing whatever he wants right now. Kung Fuhrer is the only man left there standing, and Finnick will just zone him outside of his own base, and the 2 Nexus turrets will get destroyed. Sparx look clean in game 3, and they will take us to a major point. They're not done just yet. They're going to look to pad their KDAs just a little bit, as the Super Minions will take the Nexus.
And that was definitely a clean iteration of Sparx. Like, after the few early kills in the early game, they recovered really well, and they said, we're slowing this game down. We're playing through mid lane. And that's exactly what they did. They gave Lucian the tools to be sat in the side lane. They gave him the vision. They gave him the kills. And because of this, he was able to take over the side lane, deny any team fighting happening from the side of NSG. And how can you team fight as NSG? Because you have no engage. And because of that, this Maokai said, what's up, boys? I'm going in. And then his team just followed him every time. In that last fight, that Ziggs more or less assisted Maokai because he jumped as Maokai already rooted. So Maokai went even further behind and caught Vanguard, which was the most important person to carry because he was the most fed carry left on NSG.
I think that damage graph tells us all we really need to know about how that game went. I think it's quite obvious for NSG. I mean, you mentioned having a bit more, front line, having that engaged. They didn't have that engaged this game, with the exception of all spooks. So sure, go back to something like the Zac, which for sure is just going to get banned out again. But you've mentioned it before. Take something like the Ornn. Is there anything else that NSG need to do to be able to take us to that game 5?
I think you put Vanguard on a more hyper carry and you
Yep.
play a more staple mid lane. And what I mean by that is you need a mid lane with some early game presence because even if you ban this Lucian, Dekara plays only aggressive champions in this mid lane. He plays aggressive early game champions. This is the champions he plays all the time. You need something what can either go toe to toe or definitely even. Like you need to guarantee that you're going to go even with him. Otherwise, that's just going to be so much pressure you're going to be taking from the mid lane.
So what you're saying is, don't pick Kassadin.
Definitely not.
Okay. And maybe it's the time for Vanguard to unleash the Vayne. It hasn't been banned away from him all series, and maybe it's time for NSG to let the man out of his cage.
Well, a thing here, what I already thought they could have picked here with a comp is they could have gone Zyra comp.
Ooh, I like that.
And I feel like that would have rounded their comp a little bit better because it would give you some better engage. Sure, you have the Nautilus, but I still feel like it's more sure shot engage with the Rakan. And like you already said, you need to put top on tank duty because you had a carry what was meant to bully the Maokai, didn't even bully the Maokai, not even early. And the Maokai just took over a lot of the game and even did so much damage.
But on that note, though, we're going to be heading into a short break. When we come back, it will be Game 4. Sparx are looking to close things out against Nuclear Storm Gaming with the 3-1. NSG, though, they won't be going over without a fight, and we're sure to be in for an absolutely fantastic battle. Stay tuned.
You gave it up before you even tried, before you even gave it a shot. So why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? So find another way to get into my arms, to get into my heart again. Cause why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're free. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're free. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're free. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're free. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say.
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the SQ1 Semifinals. Sparx are taking on Nuclear Storm Gaming, and Sparx are on the verge of taking out the top seeds heading into playoffs. Whereas Sparx find themselves at 2 wins to a 1 loss. What do NSG need to do to prevent this? What would be for them a calamity from occurring?
So, I already said it in draft. I didn't like the Aatrox at all.
Yeah.
I get it was to bully the Maokai, but it didn't bully the Maokai. Maokai just became too strong too fast, and because of that, Varus wasn't able to do anything to him because Varus was the only thing keeping his team into the game. For being honest, that was the only thing keeping the team in the game, and he couldn't keep up with just how much the Maokai was just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, so the poke just fell off and fell off and fell off, and obviously Dekara in the side lane just becoming an absolute monster. You need to pick a tank top lane. Like, you need some front line, you need some sure shot engage. That is what you need on your team. So that's definitely what needs to change.
Well, NSG are respecting. The Elise has been banned away first, are followed by the Lucian. Usually we have seen the likes of the Zillion, the Yumi getting banned away. Well, NSG, they can only ban one of them now.
And it's not a surprise that these need to be banned because both them picks were important in both them games they were played. Game 1, Game 2, Elise was big. Game 2 and 3, Lucian's been big. So, I mean, they had to go, and it had to go earlier. Like, the Lucian shouldn't have got through last game.
It's going to be the Yumi getting taken away, so the Zillion is open, and there you go. Kalista gets her picked up. Zekara says, you know, you want to take away my illusion? I'll just go with the other early game mid laner that I like to play.
Yep. But who says it's going mid?
Me. We both know this. We both know it.
It's a high chance, but there's still a small chance it can go to Desrim or Finnick.
Should we have a friendly little bet then, where we think
No.
the Kalista is going, with some stakes?
No.
Okay.
Because I think like it's like 8 times out of 10 it's going mid.
Yeah. Okay.
1 out of 10 it's going.
If you want to pick mid, I'll play devil's advocate and bet for it going ADC.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So what are we waging here?
I don't know. We can talk about that later.
We can decide later. All right.
We have Lucian, not Lucian. We have Fresh and Jarvan picked as answers.
Yeah.
Obviously, both have very good debilitating abilities. Obviously, Jarvan has the Cataclysm, and Fresh has the box to slow down Kalista. So they're bringing in options to try negate this pick already. They're thinking about it and not just going with a comp in mind. They're thinking about how to cut her down.
But again, this Thresh is only going to be able to slow that Kalista down if he can actually get onto the Kalista, regardless of whether it's a Dekara or Desert playing it. I feel like Jarvan has a bit of an easier time gap closing to the Kalista.
Yeah, for sure. And it also depends on how this Kalista is going to build. There's been a few different variations. Obviously, there's been... my mind's gone blank. Sanguine Blade. That's it. There's been the Sanguine Blade come through, and that has been a key build. It's been Sanguine Blade into like the Runans into Bork. I know what you're all in at, and I think that's a Ziggs bot lane.
I want to go with something different. Ziggs mid, Finnick Kalista top.
There is potential, and especially with a LeBlanc being picked in, you're not going to want to put that Kalista into LeBlanc.
No. And if I'm not mistaken, I have seen Dekara playing Ziggs before, and he's played it fairly well. But once again, Sparx, they haven't given anything away with their first 3 picks. And it's something that they've done well all series long, you know, just hiding their cards just a little bit. As NSG, I know you weren't fully convinced with that Talia pick in Game 2, Varus. In Game 3, Varus, pardon me. But NSG are respecting it and they are banning it away.
It did have its value later in the game. I'll give it respect for that because some of the walls, what came up later in the game, just zoned teams out. It kept them from getting away from that tower. It trapped the Nautilus in 2 or 3 times. It still had its value, and obviously it still scales really well into the game. So it still came up pretty big in the end. Despite me not liking the pick, it still worked. I can't deny that. And what you mentioned... What you mentioned a second ago about the Ziggs, they've shown like they're willing to play this either bot or mid, like you've mentioned.
And what I wanted to bring up is I want to talk about something, and it begins with T and it rhymes with pranks. It's tanks, because it's what I feel has been the cornerstone for each of these teams winning their respective games. And we've got the Ornn open, we've got the Cyan open, we've got the Maokai open, and I want to see whether Finnick or Kung Fura gets given any of these three tanks.
Yeah, and honestly, to round out both comps, you need a tank here. And I want to see Sparx throw that set support straight away. Like, I don't want to see that top. I feel like it's just going to be better and higher value here in the support. And what did we talk about? Tank. Here we go. Here's the Maokai. Set is really good into the Maokai, but I still want to see the set go to support.
I mean, maybe now this does mean that maybe the Kalista could go top. I don't know how well it works into the Maokai. Evidently not. Cho'Gath gets a locked in. That will be going on Finnick, so we do have the tanks in the top lane. The first time that we see both teams actually drafting tanks, so it's going to be interesting to see how both these teams perform now that they have got what we can refer to as both having good drafts. And it looks like Antero looking for that early game aggression, this time with the Lee Sin.
There used to be a very fun time in top lane where there was a small trifecta of tanks. It was Cho'Gath, Maokai, and Nautilus. And it seems like we're flashing back to that a little bit with the Cho'Gath versus Maokai matchup. Whoever picked Maokai, the other picked Cho. And that's what used to happen. I'll get to that in a second. We've also got the Lee Sin come through from Antero, who he has played a lot of Lee Sin in the past.
Yep. And now, what I ended up with at the end of Game 3 was NSG, their backs against the wall. Is this the time they unleash Vayne God? He's got the Vayne. How do we see it performing into the composition that Sparx have drafted?
I can see it doing pretty well. Laning phase is going to be a little bit rough, but you've also got the Fresh for that sort of security. And if you're playing this correctly, Jarvan should only be bot. You should be lanterning at Jarvan bot and killing Ziggs every time. And that should be your main target, because although mid is an option for ganks, bot is literally free kills on a plate if you just lantern gank.
Yeah.
That is quite literally free kills on Ziggs. You will at least get summoners or kill them maybe, so.
And I'm really excited to see Nuclear Storm Gaming against Sparx here in Game 4, because I haven't had a chance to cast on Vayne God's Vayne, and I'm really excited to see how well it will perform. I think that, you know, sure, Unknown Sui is going to look bot side a lot, but I think it's going to be quite difficult because, you know, Desrim has the satchel charge. You know, there are ways to get out of these ganks, but nonetheless, once we get to that late game, Finnick is just going to get absolutely shredded by Vayne God.
Casting Vayne by Vayne God is it gets pretty hype. I'll give you that. It gets pretty hype. So we're gonna have to see how it plans out. We're gonna have to see how this jungle matchup plans out, because both want to be aggressive early, and Unknown Swede as well. In the past two splits, he has played a lot of Jarvan. Jarvan and Sejuani are his two most played from what I've seen in the past. So defaulting back to Jarvan, nothing he's no stranger to. So it's a very good pickup for their team, and I like the draft of Nuclear Storm this game. I'll be honest. Like, if I was to pick one, I'd pick Nuclear Storm's draft.
Yeah. I guess I'll go with the devil's advocate then, and I'll go on the side of Sparx. And I'll just say that purely for the fact that Dakara once again is on one of these champions that can really snowball. We saw him do it on the Lucian in Game 2 and 3. I reckon he can do it on the Kalista here in Game 4. But I'm most interested to see how the Zig set does into the Vayne Thresh.
And also a small detail as well, Kalista will tag Lee Sin with her Blood Oath, whatever it's called, sorry, the spear.
Fate. Yeah, Fate's cool.
Fate's cool. They will tag Lee Sin with that. It's just going to benefit the 2v2 even more, so they're going to have extra damage between them when they're fighting 2v2. And that's sort of where some of the potential comes from. Obviously, it first trended in top lane, but we're playing it mid lane because Dakara. That's why.
Sounds legit. Are there no situations then where you think Dakara might try to bind to potentially Lonely just to be able to throw him in and get off a good ult, or is it always going to be Antero?
I think it's always Antero, because The only other option I would say would Finnick would also be a good option, but Antero is just going to be a guaranteed good option because, like I said, the 2v2 and the fact that you could throw Lee Sin in, and then he can instantly jump to ward and go for an insec if he needs to.
Yeah.
So
Fair
you're
enough.
giving him more options to actually look for plays. And not only that, dives. It removes tower aggro, so you can go for dives a lot easier. You could go 4-man bot, kill this Vayne early, pull Lee Sin up.
And again, mid lane, I see the LeBlanc, and LeBlanc is a champion that always does excite me. But when you're going into the Kalista, which has that martial poise, which can just constantly be moving, I just start to wonder how easy is it going to be for BB Muffin to be able to, you know, land those key abilities in these trades.
That's going to be the story of mid lane, basically, this game. BB Muffin can get a clean combo into Kalista. She's probably dead. But
Yep.
during the early game, it's still going to be hard to do that to Kalista because you're going to get the combo, but she does have cleanse. Now, if she cleanses your chains and just starts running you down, you have no cooldowns. You are going to get run down. You are squishy as well. So they're both equally as squishy champions in the mid lane.
They are both equally squishy indeed. And then we've got our tanks on the top side of the map. You know, you mentioned how ages and ages ago this used to be, you know, the kind of meta. The Cho'Gath versus the Maokai. How do we really see it going? We've seen Finnick having the upper hand on Conqueror in the last 2 games. Conqueror winning the top lane in game 1. What's the story here in game 4?
Basically, Cho'Gath wins that matchup. It used to be if you pick Maokai, you pick Cho as the answer. And it's also a glacial Cho'Gath, so it means if he gets onto him, he's going to stay on top of him because it just benefits the E from Cho'Gath, Warple Spikes.
Yep.
That you're able to just constantly stay on top of him, keep that slows coming. You'll see maybe one slow item built on Cho'Gath, but even the Righteous Glory benefits off that.
Oh, Desrim's been caught out and he's completely out. First blood. Oh no, it's gone over to All Spooks and not Vanguard.
Probably the worst target to actually get that, but it's first blood regardless.
Indeed.
Still extra gold in your pocket.
And Desrim just not respecting the fact that they could have been that invade, and NSG will be happy with it. It's, well, it's a cloth armor going over to All Spooks. Obviously doesn't have the gold to go for a null magic mantle, and I'm actually surprised he didn't opt to go for those boots straight up.
Well, it's probably because he's already took MR into this matchup, so he probably just took the cloth armor to get some armor back on his side. I don't know entirely. This is just me taking a wild guess myself, but I think that's probably why he's gone for that. And also, I have to say it's a slight micro mistake by Desrim because you shouldn't be standing that low in the bush anyway. You should be standing towards the top side of it so you get more info if anyone's actually coming in. And he could have had time to react, but he didn't indeed.
And Dekar already taking about half the health bar of Homer Lily away, just with a couple of autos, followed by the Rend. Now, something I do want to bring up is, you know, we've been very happy in draft with the fact that both top laners have gone for tanks, you know, and they can frontline for their team. My question is, with Finnick going for the Glacial Augment build, does that take something away from that fact?
Not really. And like I said, it's to stay on top of it on people. And even if you go Righteous Glory, it applies Glacial. So when you land on them, it will apply Glacial.
The Flash Play comes in. Death Sentinel's not going to be able to find his mark of Flag and Drag, but it's a good face breaker. The Haymaker finds so much damage onto Unknown Swede. And if they had just dropped in an Ignite as well, they might have been able to force the heal from Vanguard.
So Jarvan didn't get the full EQ through there because the face breaker cancelled it, and that's what was able to actually change that and actually turn onto the Jarvan. The set was posturing for it. He was waiting for that play.
Yeah, he was indeed. And they killed all Spooks. I do not know how that has happened. The Haymaker comes through, Lonely taking a lot of damage. Flashpoint, he's still alive, and Vanguard will get taken down by Desrim unless he can find the outplay of the series. And no, he cannot. Unknown Swede is on his way, but Desrim is well aware and will back right off. 2 kills to 2, 3 minutes in, and this series has re-exploded with life.
It has indeed, and Jarvan didn't look for the EQ flash there. Smart decision, because Kalista was already on her way down to that bot lane. And hopefully we'll get into a replay because I want to see how that Fresh actually caught out / died in the bot lane there.
I think it might have just been the face breaker when Orspuk steps up to... Actually, Lonely's flash is on cooldown. So I think it was a flash face breakers. Let's take a look. We do have a replay prepped up. So here we go.
So we've got the face breaker. Fresh has stepped up too far forward into a big wave as well. Vanguard was also warding, so it's just guaranteed dead as soon as he got caught in that wave. Obviously, you're able to get a trade kill, but you have to waste all your summoners just to get this. Nearly getting the outplay, but it wasn't enough.
It was so close, and that's just the damage that Vayne can do if she starts to pop off. In the top lane, Finnick just happily trading into Kung Fury, has a nice healthy 10 CS advantage, but in the bot lane, it's all about Desrim. 2 kills to 1 on this Ziggs. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Dekara has a double the CS of Home and Lily, so definitely having fun in that matchup.
Definitely so, and it's just a signature champion by Dekara again. Like Dekara loves these aggressive early game champions where he's able to just to provide as much pressure as he needs for his jungler to do whatever they want.
Indeed he can. First Drake of the game. What is it going to be actually? We'll have to wait for a few moments at a time. Kung Fury just getting burnt out a little bit. As we said, we expect the Cho'Gath to be winning this matchup as Dekara actually takes a couple of turret shots as he just tries to position the wave in the ideal spot.
And he's forced to recall right now because Cho'Gath will be hitting 6 very soon. And it just means that you're on death's door basically because Cho'Gath gets like execute on you. You're pretty dead, but Cho'Gath is going right now, so they're both just looking for a recall. Cho'Gath just getting that wave fully pushed in.
However, I still think in the bot lane, if Allspooks can find that good engage, NSG will win the trade. Just all about if he can find the right timing.
Oh, for sure.
Vision will get cleared out. We do have an Ocean Drake on the rift, and I'm sure Sparx will be looking to pick up that first Drake of the game yet again.
Lee Sin just looking to help him get the wave shoved in so they can pressure this dragon. With Kalista roaming over as well because Kalista constantly still has that lane pressure in that mid lane.
Bex, can I also mention, Unknown Swede is currently 2 levels behind Antero and 20 CS down, and we're only 6 minutes in.
Indeed he is wasted a lot of time trying to defend this bot lane, trying to deter any ganks from happening in the bot lane, but Lee Sin hasn't even been down there. He's just been busy farming, getting a lead, getting even further ahead. It just means that Lee Sin is going to hit 6 so fast, and he's just going to start looking for plays in this bot lane when you're going to be level 4 or 5 maybe.
Yeah, and we wanted to see Unknown Swede on the bottom side of the map to try to assist this bot lane, but, you know, we were kind of hoping that there would be some kills going the way of Vanguard, and yeah, it's a shame, really. Maybe, you know, in hindsight, if Vanguard had got that first blood instead of Allspooks, it would have been enough damage for him to get one of the kills in that trade bottom side, or both kills, I should say, on that bottom side.
And Cho'Gath is building towards that GLP. It's not a bad item for Cho'Gath, very nice for him, able to just slow down people and get on top of them. So one of Cho's issues is just staying on top of champions, and just, the Glacier Augment just really helps with this, and that's the reason why this build popped up in the first place.
Yeah. And speaking of builds, Dekara has got the Negatron Cloak and the Vampiric Scepter, looking for that Wit's End, and already not too far away from it either.
I'm surprised we don't see a Negatron Cloak picked up in that bot lane either, because even the Wit's End here on Vanguard wouldn't even be too bad, because there is a lot of magic damage from Sparx.
It is indeed, and maybe Vanguard just looking for that Rage Blade first, but we'll have to wait and see. Allspooks hovering over the mid lane. Let's see if he looks for that engage. Dekara, will he step up aggressively? Well, he is, as Homer Lily getting pushed back under his turret, and Allspooks rotating up as well. Did get spotted out by a ward, and there we go, the double distortion forward. Allspooks is here, but so is Lonely, and NSG just decide that there's no chance they're winning that 2v2.
And also the Swifties rush again instead of the Mobies. Obviously they're a little bit cheaper, still get a lot of movement speed, so still a lot of value out of them. Again, just constantly roaming.
Yeah. And I feel that is going to be great, especially for when Lonely, needs to get onto Vanguard quickly. Won't lose that movement passive when Vanguard, just drops one order. So might allow him to get into the backline that little bit easier.
So I've definitely got to compliment both supports in this series in general, because I have been quite critical of saying supports have not been roaming enough in SQ1, and now I'm starting to see it more and more and more. And you're seeing how much proactivity is coming off these supports roaming, and I can't compliment that enough.
Well, Rift Herald has been picked up by Sparx, and speaking of the support, roaming is a Lonely who is topside. He's just tanking, he takes his final turret shot, and now the tanking goes over to Antero, but he's taking so much damage. The flash comes through, but the Demacian standard picks up the kill, and NSG find their third kill of the game.
Definitely a nice pickup to get the Lee Sin going down. So give Jarvan more time to
Cataclysm
catch
comes
up.
in, and Homer Lily, will he go forward with the dashes? He finds the ethereal chains, and there you go, picks up the kill onto Daykara. Now can look for Lonely as well. Well, of course, that distortion on cooldown now. First turret of the game did get picked up by Sparx in that trade, and they find themselves with a 1k goal lead, but I think NSG will be happy with how that last minute panned out.
Definitely, they lose a tower, but they're able to actually pick up some kills to actually claw back into the game. They obviously weren't fully out of the game in general, but just able to get some more gold back in their pocket. And now they're coming out with some more gold. Obviously, it's still a little bit down, not too far away, so it is able to come back quite easily.
And the Sork Shoes are picked up by a Homer Lily. Vanguard has his Berserker Greaves as well now, so starting to get towards those first items, especially for Homer Lily, who can really start to have an impact once he has that Luden's Echo.
It's going to be interesting to see how the mid lane pans out now, because Akara died with both summoners in top lane. I don't think a flash would save him anyway, so it's kind of wise for him to save it. But LeBlanc has tier 2 boots now, so she's going to be able to stay on top of this Callisto a lot easier.
The ethereal chains will not go off as Homer Lily forced to go back to his clone. But, once again, that feels like Sparx, they had complete control, but then just over-aggression, trying to find the kill onto Kongfura, when all they had to do was just drop Rift Herald and pick up the turret.
Yeah, definitely so, and I agree with that. And it's going to be a fight for this dragon, and Kongfura is down for this early, because he doesn't have teleport ready. And they're going to be the first ones here. You have to sack this dragon
Fennec.
because... Yeah, exactly. You have to sack this dragon.
Finnick will have TP up as soon, but as you mentioned, I don't think Sparx. Mega Inferno Bomb finding a lot of damage onto Unknown Swede. The distortion into the back line will be able to find the ethereal chains onto Antero. Is it enough though? Lonely with the Face Breaker is able to find a shield for a fairly long time, but it's not going to be enough. The Flay comes in and Vanguard finds the double as the bombs are still going through. Ethereal chains to land on Daykara. He's not going to be able to get out of this. The cleanse instantly follows up. We will be having an Infernal Soul, but Finnick, he's still pushing, with no congestion at all, although it is taking him a fair while to really burn through this. Now, Daykara in a bit of a tricky situation, but will still throw out some auto attacks nonetheless.
Sad part is this is a Cho'Gath, so he is going to be here quite a while before he even gets this tower. And he's not even going to get it in the end, so it's like... There's not
Very
much.
aggressive TP by Desrim into the mid lane, actually.
Cho'Gath's also moving towards his mid lane. They're trying to get more out of this, but looks like it's too little too late.
Finnick's just standing there. He doesn't care that ward's been dropped. He's still just going to stand on the ward. Okay, Finnick with the disrespect, as that's going to be the outer turret in the mid lane falling. So Sparx, despite losing the fight and losing the Drake, I feel that they have won in terms of gold.
Definitely so, and it looks like that's just the game they're playing right now. They just want to keep gold in their pocket. It's looking like they just don't want to fight right now. They're just trying to relax.
Finnick just wants to BM. He just wants to sit in a bush, say, hey, I know you can see me, but what you gonna do?
Basically, it's just stopping them from walking up to that tower, saying that Finnick's waiting. If you walk up, he's gonna go on you. So just a free mid tower as well. Mid tower being open just opens up so much of the map to So you're able to invade a lot more, place a deeper vision. Just gives you so much more control.
Indeed, it does. 2 turrets for nothing. 6 kills to 2 in favor of Nuclear Storm Gaming, though, but it is a 2k gold advantage to the side of Sparx. I'm just taking a look at when we might be seeing some items getting completed. And Dekara, it is just the Negatron cloak that he was picking up. He's going to go for that vault as the first item. He just wanted some extra MR to go to his.
And Vanguard also has a shutdown currently. You can see the gold lead on him right now is 5.3k, so it's not even too much difference compared to Ziggs. And most of the gold is in mid lane for the side of Sparx as well.
Mid and top 1k gold apiece. Yeah. And I mean, if Cho'Gath just had a bit more pressure, split pushy, you know, that inner turret would already been down. He's had so much time just to farm up, and as you mentioned, this Cho'Gath is just going to get scarier and scarier and scarier.
And the interesting thing is, he's going for double slow item. Usually on this Cho, you'll see just one, so you can just focus on getting more tanky. Obviously, you're going to get more tanky.
Death Sentence finds its mark, and there is Antero getting absolutely deleted, just playing it too aggressively. And NSG will say thank you very much for the kill. Antero now 0, 3, and 0.
I'm seeing a lot of value out of this Fresh, despite it dying early. Fresh has been given a lot of key hooks, and these have just been landing the kills. It's been 5. He's took part of 5 of 7 kills.
Right, the rotation bot side from Sparx, they want to try to find something onto Kung Fury, or at least get the final outer turret as NSG pick themselves up the Rift Herald. There's going to be no way for Sparx to really contest that, and Finnick looks towards the outer turret top side. He doesn't have a Demolish actually available to him. He has got Inspiration. There you go, Desrim. Again, you know, you forget that Ziggs just takes the turret so quickly. We saw Ziggs in game 3, but NSG just never really had any pressure to be able to use that satchel charge to help them in their objective conquest.
And it's like we mentioned earlier, they are one of the key teams what have played Ziggs more than everyone else. So they're used to playing around this sort of champion, and they're used to building the team around it more or less.
They are indeed. It's now almost a 3k goal lead for the side of Sparx. Dekara and Finnick just in the side lanes. And sure, Dekara's not as strong as he was in game 3, where he pretty much 1v1'd NSG multiple times against multiple people, particularly Kung Fury and Home Lily, but he's still going to have a big impact on this Kalista, especially with that Blade of the Ruined King completed.
And Vanguard is building towards a second item right now. So
look at Homer Lily. So looking for the damage onto Desrim. Out comes the distortion, the damage, ethereal chains. The satchel charge will buy some time, but into the backline they go. It doesn't matter because Vanguard gets taken down, as has Unknown Sweet. It's just Homer Lily who is left standing, and while he might be able to find a pick, it's not going to be enough to win the fight. And now Sparx, they can look for the Infernal Drake.
And what did we talk about Sparx? Knowing their power spikes, and right now, Finnick has 2 items fully completed. So he's starting to get to a point where he's saying, I want to team fight. I have slows, I have the utility.
And let's just take a quick look at what happened here.
So it looked like the perfect flank. You see the Mega Inferno Bomb miss, but Fresh got instantly deleted. But you see Ziggs, it just looked like Ziggs got caught out instantly. But the trade over, was it worth it? In the end, Sparx come out on top.
Yep, Sparx come out on top, and Tara picking up 3 assists there, and Dekara wasn't even in the fight. Kung Fury was topside, and maybe that's what NSG needed there. They needed their tankers to tank up a bit of damage.
And the thing is, Kung Fury doesn't have armor yet. So throwing that Kalista against him, Kalista's gonna bully him so much, he's not gonna have much fun against that. And that's just gonna deny him from TPing.
Indeed it will, as Dekara looks to pick up the red buff. Now he can just really have some fun in the side lane against Kung Fury. And of course, Kung Fury has to build MR laning against Finnick to want to deny some of that damage. And Sparx say, alright, if you want to do that then, well, here's Dekara.
Seeing what Dekara can do inside lanes. Kung Fury is probably having flashbacks of Lucian.
Yeah. Oh, the
Probably only
TV
round
coming in
five.
behind. There's the box. It lands onto everyone. Is it going to be enough for Haymaker? Not enough to keep Lonely alive. Desmond getting absolutely melted down. And look at Vanguard absolutely popping off. And Terra forced to flash away. And this fight is going NSG's away. It's a good Fate's call. Will he get thrown back in? No, Phoenix takes the defensive option as Antero bites the bullet for the team. And it will be 3 kills for 1 in favor of NSG.
Clean fight for NSG. They got the perfect pick with the Jarvan getting a really good engage there. With Malka also following up with an instant TP. Sparx stepping up a bit too much, being a little too aggressive there. And also getting caught in the box.
And it's what we talked about before. You mentioned if all Spooks and Unknown Swede can get onto Dekara, all of a sudden he just cannot move and he will get taken out. And I was thinking, you know, it's going to be difficult for all Spooks to get onto him, but when they're all grouped up like that, it's just beautifully set up by NSG.
And also the Fate's call was also binded to the Cho'Gath, which actually saved the Cho'Gath's life.
Flag and Drag Cataclysm finds a 2 there. Facebreaker comes through. But look at the showstopper flashed out immediately by the side of NSG. And Kelly is just going to get taken down. So Sparx very happy with that trade.
And how long NSG was wasting momentum there, just waiting for that play. But Sparx were ready to react on that one. And they come out taking the Herald down, getting a flash out. Completely worth trade for them.
Yep, definitely worth in their favor. That being said, Sparx, I've actually noticed this time to time from Sparx. They're always down in kills, but they have the objectives. They have the goal lead, and it's exactly the same here in Game 4 of the SQ1 Semifinals. 11 kills to 6 in favor of NSG. The Sparx, 2 Drakes to 1, 3 turrets to 0, and a 2k goal lead as well.
And that's an important part. 3 turrets to 0. Not a single turret has been taken down yet, so you can't even open up the map as much as Sparx can. So it's really difficult for NSG to find as much picks as they want to now. Talking of picks, BB Muffin is searching.
BB Muffin, of course, Homer Lily, as he is also known as. And that's exactly what he needs to be doing on this LeBlanc. Trying to find those picks, trying to delete Dekara or Desmond, finding those one-shots. But right now, Sparx, in these last 2.5 games, they're making that game 1 look like just a little blip, making it look like it was just a case of Zach who dropped.
There's still time to find out yet. There's still plenty of time for both teams to scale. Both teams scale really well in this game.
Indeed, they do now. Finnick just looking to have a little bit of a classic top laner hits a top laner in the bottom lane, and Dekara says, hey, I'll join you over here. Which means that it is a 3v4 in the favor of NSG on the mid side of the map. Baron is up, but Sparx do have the vision control around the Drake, which will be spawning soon, and it will be an Infernal, which for the likes of Desmond and Dekara, they will absolutely love.
So, small bit of information. Fresh is going to be tankier than Lonely right now, because Lonely has gone for the Deadmans, which is just more utility for Set, because Set gets movement speed from his Q, so he's able to run at you really fast, especially with the Deadmans on top of the Swifties. So that's why he's opted towards that build. You're probably still going to see a Gargoyles build anyway, but Fresh for now will be the tankier of the two.
Now, the Infernal Drake has been started up, and NSG, they're going to go for the Baron, but how quick can they take Baron? Vanguard dishing out those autos, and Drake has already been secured, and Sparx are on their way. Mega Inferno Bomb going to find a lot of damage onto Unknown Swede. Sparx, do they still go for the fight? Death Sentence almost finds his mark. Desmond in a very tricky situation. What about Lonely? He'll be up to back off as Dekara just pushes through in the mid lane. And the TB coming in from Sparx, they're just going all in as soon as they can onto this inner turret, looking for even more pressure on the map.
Just the macro coming out from Sparx there was really well played. The Ziggs all able to stop the Baron because Malka was
has been
tanking.
slowed. Flashes out of the rupture, will be able to stay alive, but almost another pick going the way of Sparx.
Sparx are looking proactive. They're looking to make plays now. They know they're in a commanding position. They just need to make sure that Dekara does not get picked off here.
Yeah. Indeed, they do. And, you know, there's a decent front line for Dekara in Antera and Finnick, although that does depend on whether Finnick is with the team or split pushing in the side lane. Baron's still available. Are Sparx going to look for Baron, or do you think they'll just wait to get that Infernal Soul first?
I think they'll wait for the Infernal Soul because there's no point risking Baron. Although you do have a Cho'Gath, his ultimate still has a wind-up animation, so there's still a chance it can be stolen. Obviously, it's a smaller chance, but there's no point risking it when you can guarantee it and just take the Infernal Soul and make Ziggs even stronger.
Now, Hermelin in a bit of a tricky spot. Will just back off. Will he actually be able to get out of this one? Finnick is going to spot him out. Distortion and a blast going to safety. And Finnick would have been... Did I just see something there? Meanwhile, bottom side, Dekara just absolutely obliterates her through Kungfura there. And that's just power of the Bork, really.
You asked if you've seen something. You did indeed. You see the dead tree on the board.
I think we worked out what else kills a tree aside from Lumberjack Scion and Darius with his axe.
A spear chucking madman, apparently.
Mad woman. To be fair.
I'll give you that one.
I'll take it. Pog, cool.
We're
1-0
getting a
in the
replay.
Caster battle. Right, okay, here we go.
So Maokai you actually just can't do anything here. There's so much lifesteal, and I think there's also a Wit's End on Callista. Just pretty much guaranteed dead as soon as you went for that route.
Death Sentence will land onto Antera, but there's just no way for NSG to follow that up. They can't take the fight. And right now, Dekara just sits in the side lane. Sure, he doesn't have TP, which means that Sparx won't be looking for the Baron while Dekara is in the side lane. But we already said, Sparx are probably just going to look for this Infernal Soul, and Dekara and Desrin will just do so much damage once they get that.
So what I want to see now, third item for Dekara, I want to see the Sanguine Blade. Because if you're planning on playing side lane, that just makes him even stronger and harder to put down. Sure, the negating armor isn't going to do too much against Maokai, but the value of the extra attack speed and extra lifesteal on top is high value for the Callista.
Well, he has got that... oh, I think he's going for a Bloodthirster, I think.
As soon as I said it, he backed for a BF sword.
Yeah.
Feels bad, dude.
Oh well. I mean, he could have gone Sanguine Blade even on the Lucian in the last game. It technically would have worked considering how he was playing it.
It would, but just the crit was just way higher value, because as soon as you got the
That's fair.
Bork, you don't really need any extra lifesteal, really. And then just going them triple crit items just to instantly nuke someone.
Do you
As we
not go Rage Blade on Callista as well?
No. They sort of dropped that a long time ago. And the Runan's more favoured if you're to go any like that. Obviously to get more stacks of your spear in a team fight, but you don't really go Rage Blade anymore, no.
Okay. I just always used to remember back when I was a noob, a complete noob, back in the depths of bronze. You're like, oh yeah, Callista and Cogmon Barrett, they all build the same item. And that's kind of just stuck with me for the last 2 years. Callista's kind of popped up and out of the meta. Of course, Cogmon don't see it really at all. Especially
So the
with
thing
Ton.
kind of scary right now is
Yeah.
Main God has 3 items. He
Very
has
scary.
the Rage Blade, the Bork, the Wit's End, so they will be
He's got a fight. The Death Sentence finds Smoke. They keep getting channeled. Homer Lily's already found a 1, and that's going to be the second going the way of NSG. But Sparx, they just keep on pushing. More specifically, Dekara, look at those arrows just fly. This is going to be the inhibitor turret falling, and I think Sparx will be happy with how that trade has gone. Although there is an Infernal Drake on the Rift.
And
Ooh,
Terror
Sonic
is
Wave.
a level higher. So this is a really dangerous play to be making.
Dekara with a cleanse. Can he find the damage onto Homer? Lily almost does it. And here comes Finnick. Not going to be able to have the movement speed to quite get onto Homer Lily, but with everyone a bot to the side, does this mean Sparx could look for the Drake? No, it does not. NSG will be able to secure the Drake, and I think Sparx have just thrown a little bit too much on the bottom side, and that will be Homer Lily picking up the shutdown onto Finnick. Now 16 kills to 7, and the goal lead is just 2k in favor of Sparx.
And 2 important shutdowns onto the LeBlanc, and they're looking at the Baron. They can easily do this. Vanguard has 3 items. This Baron will melt like paper.
It will indeed. TP is available for Finnick, but he's not going to be alive for another 20 seconds. Mega Inferno Bomb by some time. It's only 2 members of Sparx you can really contest, as Conqueror just tank as much as he can. Baron now down to 5,000 HP. This is the moment where NSG comes back into the game. The Lantern Face Breaker comes through, but it is a 2v4, and it's already one of the 2 down, and that's the other member down. NSG pick up the next 2, 18 kills to 7, and they get themselves Baron as well.
And NSG are fully in control back in this game now. After Sparx just doing throw after throw. 2 throws back to back, just costing them so much gold and tempo in this game. As soon as the Kalista was caught top lane, Finnick shouldn't have even tried to spend any of his resources trying to help there. And then Ziggs getting picked off for the Infernal Soul, absolutely huge. It was such a good engage by Unknown Swede.
And now NSG find themselves with a 1k gold advantage. As you mentioned, Vanguard, 3 items. Homer Lily, 3 items as well. Makes that 4 items for Vanguard, because why not? Vanguard is so strong, 11 and 2. There's a reason why this man calls himself Vanguard, and it's because, guess what? He's really good at Vayne.
I wouldn't have guessed.
No.
He's
It's quite out
currently-
there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost like you'd have your name as your champion.
Oh, now NSG trying to catch out Sparx, but Lonely turns up. Facebreaker comes in. Good flash. Conqueror might have gone in a little bit further than he wanted to. Flag and drag coming in. Mega Inferno Bomb, but Desrim getting burnt down on the other side of the map. Homer Lily. Oh, he sidesteps so much. Stopwatch comes through, but Antero, the redemption. Will it be enough? No, it will not. And Desrim picks up the shutdown.
So I'm surprised that was only 1 kill going over, because it was such a sketch fight, because there were 3 people on one side, 2 people on the other. It was a 4v5 on the bot side. So I'm very surprised that NSG didn't pull the trigger even harder.
I only have one issue with NSG right now. Sure, they have Baron, but I feel once that Baron ends, Sparx is still just about in the driving seat, and I don't think NSG, they have the wave clear to really contest with, well, Sparx's, what do you call it, sieging potential.
Yeah, I think you're right there, but I feel like the main thing about this game is just going to be this Infernal Soul. And
Yep.
that's going to be where the next key fight of this game is, and could actually deter where this game's going to go. Sure, it won't be the soul for NSG, but it will be for Sparx, so you still have to deny this.
They do indeed, and of course they want to deny Homer Lily and Vanguard getting as much damage as possible, because Vanguard can absolutely turn this game around. And we saw Homer Lily earlier on, you know, finding those picks, but the rest of the team just wasn't strong enough. Now Vanguard going to be able to get the outer turret in the bottom lane, and it is actually the first turret that NSG have got this game, as Homer Lily going into the backline looking for the damage and finds a kill onto Desrim as the Ignite ticks down. Another kill for NSG, and that's exactly how Homer Lily needs to play that LeBlanc, as NSG continue pushing on in the bottom lane. They will get another turret. Fate's Call comes through, won't be able to find Homer Lily. The distortions coming through. They're looking for the slows, but they're not going to be able to find it. Finnick with a flash. Homer Lily goes right back into Dekara. Surely Dekara picks up the kill. The red buff, is it going to be enough? No, it is not. Homer Lily survives. Meanwhile, NSG, they're on the inhibitor turret. They pick up the inhibitor turret, and now they will look for the inhib as well, and will be successful in doing so.
So many resources spent chasing a LeBlanc. This is a slippery champion. You can't be wasting everything trying to catch this champion.
Finnick getting caught out. He's been deleted as well. This might be where NSG take the game. They looked a little bit flat in games 2 and 3, but they have stepped up here in game 4. Is there any way for Sparx to come back? And Terror flash forward to Flay. Tries to find something, but the insect will not be enough. And another kill going the way of NSG. And with the Infernal Drake spawning momentarily, NSG are going to have control of it as well.
And you can't be face checking that. You know they just came from the bot side jungle. They just killed Cho'Gath from there. You can't be walking into your bot side jungle and NSG capitalize. Soon as they seen him, instant flash engage from Fresh, getting the Lee Sin killed straight away for the dragon.
Yeah, and now NSG are on to their Infernal Soul point as well. Desrim, can he find anything? Yes, he can. Makes it a 1-for-1. I'm sure Desrim will be happy with that trade, but Dekara, he's not in a position to really pop off anymore. Sure, Kalista is not insanely weak late game, but is not going to be able to compete with the likes of a LeBlanc and a Vayne.
And she's also building a death stance to sort of negate some of the damage. Obviously, you have an Aegis, what builds into that now. So you get a little bit more resistances, but you trade off some of the damage for it.
This was the engage of Homer Lily onto Desrim.
And he knows he's able to just run down the Ziggs, because Ziggs, it's just so squishy, and he's been able to pick him off constantly. Sure, it's a trade, but it's still worth for the side of NSG getting the Ziggs off the board even more so they can actually pressure any tower. But not much has happened off it, so it's just been a 1-for-1 trade overall.
Now, we've been constantly talking in this series about those power spikes items, you know, when one team is stronger than the other. Are NSG just stronger than Sparx now, and Sparx won't have another chance, or is there going to be a short period where Sparx might be stronger again?
I think NSG are just stronger, like right now, because look at the items on the Maokai. The Maokai is just definitively more tanky than Cho'Gath currently.
Yep.
And LeBlanc also has double pen now. She's at a point where she can just literally do what you just seen. She will double distortion on cooldown, whoever she can find. Doesn't matter who it is. Even if it's a tank support, she can still double distortion in and out.
And Homer Lily goes in again and pretty much takes a third of Antera's HP down with him. And now NSG, they look towards what will be their second Baron of the game, and they are absolutely shredding it through it. Thank God. Just doing so much. They are just trying to push this mid wave in with a bit of proxy farming, but that is all that it will be. Mega Inferno Bomb will just kind of barely brush some of the HP off the side of NSG.
Dekara is just trying to get as much gold as possible, taking out all the jungle, cutting out that mid wave, just trying to get towards that death stance as fast as they can.
Now Sparx, they're looking to push through on the bottom side of the map. Finnick, though, he does have that infinite scaling on the Cho'Gath, and you can see that he's looking like a pretty big dinosaur right now. Now Sparx just push it through on the bottom side of the map, and maybe we'll get a split push battle coming in. Kung Fury is backing because that inhibitor is, of course, open. NSG, actually, they're going to be a little bit late to the party here, and Sparx might be able to get an inhibitor of their own, and I don't think NSG can contest this.
They are recording time. They are looking for the Maokai engage. It does
Nature's-
catch multiple members.
The stopwatch coming through. Look at the Jarvan trying to get into the backline, and Tero gets melted down before he can do anything. Unknown Sweet just tanking. The redemption comes down. Finnick will get taken down. It is a 3 kills for nothing, and Sparx just have an inhibitor to show for themselves.
And you see the Ziggs in that fight. He wasn't able to even get involved. He was so cut out on the side that the Jarvan engage just negated him entirely, and it just didn't matter. The Ziggs just didn't matter in that fight at all.
Yeah, 25 kills to 9 in favor of NSG, and a 6k gold advantage as well. The inhibitor, though, is down, which will apply Sparx a little bit of pressure, but also want to point out, Frozen Mallet picked up by Vanguard here.
It's a very nice pickup. It makes him just even more tankier, grabbing some HP. He's obviously got the PD to negate death as well. So he's also getting a Frozen Heart for more to negate that.
Right, and here we go, the replay,
So-
which was started with the Nature's Grasp.
This Maokai route was so important. It caught multiple members and then allowed Jarvan to get to that back line. And just Unknown Swede buying so much time to actually get to there. And he actually survives. It's the mad thing about this entire thing. Jarvan lives after that crazy engage and gets out with his life.
Power of the Gargoyle Stoneplate, which Lonely hasn't actually opted for. He went for the Thornmail as his second item, which I find rather interesting. Now, with an Infernal spawning momentarily, and it is 100% the soul, the Cataclysm comes in. Unknown Sweet trying to buy as much time as possible, but look at Homer Lily. Out comes the Mega Inferno Bomb. It whittles it down to NSG. The feast comes through. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and Terror burning down, but the Saplings will kill him. Homer Lily very low. Is there anything Finnick can do here? Dekara's been taken down. Finnick's been taken down once again. It is just Desrim that stands. A 4-4-1, which we keep on seeming to say whenever NSG are the team ahead.
NSG are just playing team fights a lot more cleaner, and it just seems like the Ziggs isn't dealing enough damage to actually kill people. It just seems like he's lacking some extra something to kill someone because he's not able to put out enough damage to actually finish.
Well,
And
maybe
because of this, it's
I was,
just not enough.
I was going to say maybe that extra something is the Rabadon's Death Cap, which it doesn't look like he's building towards with that needlessly large rod, but the Infernal Soul are now on the side of NSG as we approach the 30-minute mark in the semi-finals game 4.
I honestly think what was missing is a Leandris. You need some extra damage to shred these tanks, and having that percent health damage on the Ziggs could be something to help out there. But like I said, there's just not enough damage on the side of Sparx.
It's not, and Homer Lily's going to be getting that Rabadons as well soon, and he's going to absolutely obliterate Antero, Dekar, or Desrim if he can get onto any of them in just one quick trade. Three-man Deathbush from the side of Sparks are looking to find a pick onto Kunga Fura. I don't know if that pick will really be able to help them turn this game, because once again it's feeling like they are in a bit of a hopeless situation where scaling goes against them unless we can get really late where Finnick can become an absolute monster on the Cho'Gath.
Oh, this is a juicy target.
Here we go, the showstopper comes in, they'll find the killer instantly. Now the
They're
TP
gonna
is being
get
channeled,
another.
and it's a TP of a doom from Kung Fura. The chase is on. Sparx, they're looking for 2. This could be enough to turn the game around. They've got the bot lane already pushing in their favor, and a look at Dekara in the top lane. Kung Fura, he's a really tanky boy, but he's slowly gonna get melted down, and the kill will go the way of a Desert. Now Dekara looking to do as much as he can, flashes away, Homer Lily Drip going forward. Is there enough damage on Dekara? There might as well be, but the stopwatch buys enough time. Now, Desert is here, he finds the kill. That is absolutely huge for Sparx. They look for more, they're looking for all boots, and look in the bot lane, Sparx are still pushing Desert. He looks for the inhibitor turret top side. He will find the inhibitor turret, he can look for the inhibitor as well. Vanguard up in 14 seconds. Sparx, is it now or never for them? They found a great pick onto Vanguard, and they're going all in. The Cataclysm comes through, but the Nexus turret is already down. Sparx looking to end right here, right now. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. They're looking for the damage onto Orspooks. Unknown Sweet trying his best to defend. Here comes Vanguard looking for Antero. Will he be able to find the kill? Haymaker comes through. The knockup onto Finnick. Finnick is taken down, and oh my god, NSG defend on the brink of defeat.
That was insane. Sparx nearly go for the end. They nearly get it as well. Allspooks actually bought so much time onto the Ziggs. I can't credit that enough. Actually able to pull him away from the Nexus towers, so they didn't actually fully expose the Nexus. NSG actually saved the game.
Wow, on the back of 2 defeats in a row, you know, they had a bad start to a game 4, but they came back strong and it looked like it was all going down the gutter. And now the Baron is being started for NSG. This is their 3rd Baron of the game. Sparx, you can't fault them for going for it. It was a great decision, and it almost paid off. And here we go, starting with Dekara getting caught.
So this top fight actually paid off really well. Like the flash was needed there, and then getting so much damage onto LeBlanc that she was forced to Zhonya's. And then Ziggs just arrived in the right place, right time. I'm glad it was Ziggs teleporting and not the Cho'Gath, because Cho'Gath wouldn't have got that 100%. And then we open up top, start bringing in a wave, and then they just say, we can end, we can end, we can end. Start walking down mid, trying to open a tower. They get one tower, and here's where Alspook just zones the Ziggs from carrying on. Stops him from getting involved entirely, and this is what is so important here. And he even
Shut
denied the
down.
satchel just then. Ziggs was
Yeah.
throwing a satchel mid-air. Ziggs got killed mid-air throwing that.
All
And
spooks.
saves the Nexus tower.
But I think if NSG win this series, I think we know who Kachka will be writing about as his unsung hero. It might just about be all spooks for what was an incredible play, keeping Desrim out of the fight. We have gone into a pause. The Baron has just been picked up 41 minutes into game 4 of the semi-finals. It's been topsy-turvy, and it's been an absolutely awesome series as well.
It's been absolutely hype. It's lived up to expectation, and even more so. Probably a lot more people thought NSG would dominate this series, but Sparx have been showing up. Despite game 1, Sparx have put up such a good fight, and it's not over yet.
Yeah. So, Sparx, sure, they won there, but they won because they found a pick onto Vanguard, which was then exacerbated by Kung Fury trying to TP to save Vanguard, only to TP into his own demise. Do Sparks win the full-on 5v5, or do they need to keep on looking for these picks?
They need to be looking for these picks because you've seen how long it took Kung Fury to die with so many people on him. He just took so long to even die to 4 people.
Yeah.
So if they go for a 5v5, Kung Fury is just that tanky that he can buy time for Vanguard just to melt people. And
And
that's pretty
I
much the aim of the game right now while LeBlanc looks for a picks.
just want to point out, I really like what Finnick is going for as his next item. He's going for the locket, which, into the likes of Homer, Lily, and Vanguard, I think is going to be absolutely fantastic. And just might buy Sparks enough time to be able to burn through that back.
And it just gives Ziggs a little bit more insurance. If LeBlanc tries flanking, you got the locket to actually save his life. It might not do too much, but it'll do enough to actually keep him alive.
Yeah, and Finnick, he's very close to being full build. We've got an Elder on the cards. It's taken over 40 minutes to get to this stage, but with Baron having already been picked up by NSG, well, Sparks will be wanting to set up vision as quickly as they can for this Elder. We've already got the inhibitor on the top side of the map, but they need to get the inhibitor on the bottom side as well, ideally.
That was a free cleanse blown there. Dekora just lost his cleanse for a fresh hook, which wasn't even going to hit. That is a big
Wait,
cooldown to be wasted.
He cleansed before the hook
Yeah.
landed?
The hook
Yikes.
didn't land at all. So that's a
Ouch.
big cooldown down.
Finnick will spot out Homer Lily, who just goes instantly back to the original distortion point. As in the top lane comes NSG. They're looking to pick up another inhibitor turret. And it is only Finnick who's defending from Homer Lily on the bottom side of the map. The inhibitor turret gets taken down quickly, as does the inhibitor. And now Sparks, they are on the ropes. 2 Nexus turrets separating them and defeat. Or I should say them and a game at 5. Lonely plays aggressively, but look at the damage the Nexus turrets are taking. The face breaker comes in and the haymaker. Finnick very low, will be forced to reset. Sparks, they just need to be able to somehow survive this Baron buff.
And even if it means they lose 2 inhibitors, it is worth to not fight the side of NSG. But NSG look like they're just going to go for this mid next. They're just looking to bring in that wave. And then
And they've
contest
got
this
Elder
next.
as well. And Sparks, they need to defend on so many fronts. Surely that is going to be the final inhibitor falling. Sparks' base cracked wide open, full of holes as the final inhibitor does
So-
fall.
Hear me out before anything happens next. There
Yes.
is 2 teleports available by Sparks.
But there are no wards in the base.
There is not yet. There's still time. Can they buy time on this Elder while NSG are looking for a pick?
And Terra is a little bit aggressively positioned here. Does have that Guardian's Angel, but if he gets caught with a pick, I don't think that GA is really going to help him.
Look at it.
Well, Lonely.
I called it. They're going for it.
Oh, they're going for it.
the
This-
play. The double
This could be
TP.
beautiful. Double TP. Look at the movement speed. They're right on the base. The TP's not in time. The Nexus is open. Are you kidding me? Sparks takes down NSG in incredible fashion, and they make their way to the SQ1 finals. What a play! And you called that, Maros. Absolutely fantastically done by Sparks. That is an amazing way to end what has been an incredible semi-finals.
Oh my god, my heart is going, dude.
Oh.
I seen the potential, and then I seen Lonely sneaking past everyone. I was like, no one's seen Lonely. No one's seen him. I was watching the minimap. Lonely's making his way to the base. Double TP, winning the game, winning the series when they needed to, because they knew they can't win 5v5 anymore.
And Varys, you know what was the real MVP of Game of 4 specifically?
Go on.
Riot buffing TP so you get movement speed after the channel. Wow.
We're just gonna get.
I
a
hope we can
quick
get a chance. Yeah, here
replay.
we go.
See Lonely. So
Right.
he spotted on one ward, and after this, he just made his way completely around while Callista is dancing in the mid lane, causing distraction, just playing possum basically. And then, yeah, Lonely makes his way completely unseen to the base, double TP coming through. Man, if I was Lonely, I'd just flash over that wall.
Wow.
And denying the other TP, and that was just game from then onwards. Such a good move by Sparx, really smart macro, knowing that the side of NSG would just default to the Elder.
You gotta feel bad for NSG. They looked like they were back in that game, and that one pick onto Vanguard just opened everything up for them. And to have that mental, not break down at the face of an Elder, not go for the steal, but to go for, I mean, what was an incredible backdoor, let's face it. Wow. Wow. I'm speechless after that game. That was an absolutely fantastic game and a fantastic series and a pleasure to cast on.
Yeah, this series definitely lives up to the hype and then some because, like I said, not many people expected NSG to lose this. And rightfully
Yeah.
so. Like, NSG are a strong team, and there's nothing to be taken away from them because they did perform well,
Yeah.
100%. And just Sparks just made the smarter macro call towards the end of this game, which got on the back door, which ended the series in the end.
Yeah. And it was, you know, as soon as they saw the TPs, I guess, you can't channel the backs. You've got to have Kung Fu TP back to the mid lane turret. It's the only way you maybe even have a chance of contesting. And I think they just disrespected. They didn't realize Lonely could just drop a ward because you mentioned it to me, and I just thought, but there are no wards on the base. How can they TP in for the backdoor? And it was Lonely who provided, that beautiful little way in for Spark.
I just seen both TPs coming up. I was just like, Cho'Gath can just tank that for free. I
Yeah,
was just like,
and Ziggs one shots the turret.
yeah.
Wow,
And I just
but
knew it was a matter of time before they could just look for that because, like I said, they knew they don't win the 5v5. And it showed. Like, they lost team fight after team fight after team fight. Until, like you said, they got that one pick onto Vanguard was just enough to expose 2 inhibitors. And that was enough to buy them time.
it was indeed. Well, wow, look at that damage to objectives, or to turrets to be specific, from Ziggs. Absolutely incredible. But it is Sparks who take the win against NSG 3-1 in semi-finals, and they will be taking the winner of Absolved and Split Raiders. Those two teams face off tomorrow, and I believe we're going to be having interviews soon being hosted by Sarge. So on that note, Veris, are there anything you want to bring up before we sign ourselves out and hand on over to Mr. Sarge?
There's not a lot to say other than that series was amazing, and we do actually have a trial Valorant tournament coming up. So if
Ooh.
you're interested, you can get involved with that. There will be more information about that. I don't know if it's already on the main Discord yet, but there will be more information about that. So keep your eyes out.
Well, Veris, thank you very much for being alongside me. Thank you to Reed for producing. Yeah, we're gonna hand on. We're gonna go to a quick break, and Sarge will be taking over with an interview with one of the members of Sparks who have made their way to the SQ1 final.
She eyes me like a Pisces when I am weak. I've been locked inside your heart.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our interview after Sparx' 3-1 victory over NSG. I am Visage, and I am joined by the short one, the analyst from Sparx. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Excellent, I'm glad to hear it. How are you feeling after that victory? I think it's fair to say that it was a back and forth game all ways round. I know you mentioned to me you were in comms with the guys as that was all going on. What's your first reaction?
Yeah, it was really insane. My heart is still pumping because I didn't watch the game, but it was in comms, so I had like 3 minutes of talks before I saw it, and I heard the whole play and didn't even see it. And then there was a problem with the goals, and it was really intense.
It was certainly a pretty hype moment. I think we're going to try and get some clips and put it over Twitter as one of our highlights, because that's certainly one of the more explosive ends we've had to our series within SQ1. But I want to, if we can step back from like the hype of that moment, I've got a few questions about Sparx in general as a team.
hmm
So the first thing I want to ask you is, we've seen a bit of a change in a few of the play styles, a few of the champion pools of the players coming in. Finnick and Daikara especially have kind of changed up their style a lot from the regular split to the quarterfinals and semifinals. Like, can you give us a bit of insight into that?
Yeah, we recently started playing for more early game. As you probably saw, we dumped pretty much every early game and then threw it away in game 1 and 4. But it works out pretty well for us. And today they gave us the Callista, so we picked it up, and the Lucian worked out great as well for Dakara. So we could dive early and back place, be more proactive.
Well, it's certainly been working out well for you so far. And it leads into what I kind of wanted to answer next, because we've looked at Antero quite a lot as a jungler. You know, he's really good within the league. He's in the right place at the right time. His Elise performances have been absolutely fantastic. And now it seems like you have 3 lanes that you can play through as a full win condition. It's no longer, you know, rely on Finnick in the early game, then transition to Desrim for late. It seems like every single lane can step up and put the game on their back. How has that kind of affected your drafting and your strategy overall now?
I think with the early game strat we were doing, we can enable every lane and just draft way more freely and see what lanes are winning and what lanes are we don't need to gank. So we can play through every lane, and we knew from the start that every single lane is good enough to carry a game on their own. So now we have just the tools to enable them more.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, if we move on to tomorrow, obviously you
Mhm.
are now through to the grand finals. Who do you think you're going to be playing up against? We've got Absolved versus Split Raiders. Both of them have had really good performances. They've both definitely turned up, but they've both shown moments of weakness as well. I was wondering kind of what your thoughts were on the teams.
I didn't really see much of the teams except the games we played against them, so I'm not sure who will win tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure that both have weaknesses we're gonna exploit and win anyway.
Which team would you prefer to be going up against in the grand finals then? If you could take your pick.
Probably Split Raiders.
Probably Split Raiders. Okay, well, thank you very much for joining me once again. It's always nice to get a bit of insight into the teams, kind of what they're looking towards. And yeah, congratulations once more. We're looking forward to seeing Sparx come out once again for our grand finals next Sunday, where it's yet to be determined who they will be facing. We have our second semi-finals tomorrow, Absolved versus Split Raiders. The winner of that will go on to play Sparx, whereas the loser will play in the third place finals against NSG next Saturday. Once again, thank you, the short one, for joining us. And any last
Thanks
words
for
to
having me.
close out?
Thanks for having me, and I'm psyched for the finals.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. And that's going to be it from us this evening, I believe.